Right. I'm here. I think we're waiting on people to pop in. I'll talk Italian. Maybe.
Hello.
Hello. Just waiting on everyone else to show up.
Indeed.
So did you decide to join the... what is it? What? Guard? I don't even know what that...
I did not switch careers, no.
Okay. I don't know if anyone did. Don't...
I think most did, no. I didn't because there's some really good talents in the peasant career.
I don't even know what else. Let me minimize like all my million things here. And I still have stuff, lots of nice things I can get through apothecary. I'm not gonna get any better at like hitting things, but I can do stuff. And joining City Watch gives me a reason to take the criminal talent now.
Hello.
There's a sizer.
Up. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Oh,
I
that's
saw
good.
people were finally showing up, so
Yeah.
there's a... Oh right, I still got 150 XP to spend.
Yeah, I
Yes?
got 200, but I'm saving that.
I spent what I spent mine on getting pharmacist and something else.
I need more XP so I can stack my talents and get million ranks of Hardy.
So nobody can kill you.
Hey.
I don't know what Vaughn's doing. She just came in, set up an egg timer, and left.
Literally? Or
No, not really.
No. Yes, she set up an egg timer, said bye guys, and left.
oh man. So is everyone excited to join the guard?
That's
Right, because I'm a vicious, unrepentant felon, and I wish to do criminal doing.
that's
Indeed.
totally yeah.
You've only joined the guard in order to save your wretched life.
Precisely.
Because
And
that's
you
how
will
it
immediately relapse to crime the first chance you get.
Of course, I am a scurrilous wretch, but I am venal, selfish, and cowardly. Thus I have done this in order to preserve my own life and further my social position. I seek compatriots to assist me in abusing this position for corrupt and selfish purposes.
Okay, calm it down. Somebody
But where
needs
could
to.
we find such other fellow corrupt individuals within the guard? Surely they are all upstanding and above the board.
Obviously, totally.
One would think so, but possibly not. They would need to. We will need to be very careful, though, for the forces of justice are too clever, intelligent, and generally amazing to confront directly.
Okay. Whatever you say. Does this make you sleep better at night? Maybe?
Of course it does. I always sleep soundly, for I am satisfied in my evil ways.
Ah, great. Aldemar, now drink this tiny little vial and tell me how you feel. You probably just died.
I do not drink. I do not drink vials. I drink alcohol in copious amounts, for I enjoy nothing more than hedonistic debauchery.
Indeed.
Alright, drink this tiny vial of alcohol then.
Is that a horse?
Nope,
It's
that
not
was
like
my
a
door.
horse.
That was my door squeaking. It's a horse now. I shall name it. You're Bob. Okay, that one's Bob, and then the other one's gonna be Charlie and Evan. There we go.
Really, a Charlie horse?
Yep, a Charlie horse.
Alright.
Okay, I can get another.
And now we have a Vaughn. Yay!
Hey.
I can spend all my XP to get another 5 advances of that, so my prey is now at 70.
Yay!
Yay! You can pray really well.
Damn right I can. I'm not sure. I'll have to consider whether or not I want to invest in getting it even further up, or if I want to, or if it's time to start saving up to invest in more miracles.
Miracles are
currently
good.
all I have.
Even miracles.
Because currently I only have 2 different ways to blow things up. The other miracles might be nice.
Dude,
You
I
need
have to
more.
say I need some context here because all I can hear is Isaac talking about getting it up.
You don't need any more context than that. That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, don't
It's
worry about
Aldemar.
it.
It's
I was
not
gonna
a
say-
matter of getting it up, it's what we are getting up to with our nefarious doings.
Oh, God, the priest and his underage disciple.
Oh my god. You just had to go there.
Alright.
Anywho, moving on.
Anywho, welcoming you all to another glorious day in the Ubersreich Watch. A day in the watch is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck's a fortune. Every formation's a parade. We love the watch.
Totally.
Are we going to
Good
eagle
for
training montage?
you, whoever you are.
Are
who
we
love the
are
watch.
we making a propaganda poster here?
Yes.
So yes, at the end of the last session, you group of various ne'er-do-wells, rabble-rousers, and troublemakers had been committed for your crimes, or committed, no, that's what, not committed. You committed your crimes, and you've been tried justly for your crimes, and have been found wanting. And
Yeah.
you want to serve Ubersreich by serving in the watch to make up for the hideous misdeeds you have committed.
They were really convincing. I mean, I honestly almost believe that we actually, caused riots and disruption.
Yes, we certainly did.
Because we totally did.
Of course
by
we did.
we,
That is
I
a
mean-
story. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
And by we, I mean Telson and Lorelei. More likely Lorelei. She was covered in blood.
You're already in the watch. You don't need to be a stool pigeon yet.
So yes, you're,
But we
you're
tried to honor
currently
our principles, so of course we would have no problem with such things.
you're currently under watch by some of the watchmen who are still wearing the red and blue livery of Altdorf. And you have been taken from the courts, and you are now being marched through the square out to the watch fortress that sits in the center of the city.
Are we in chains? Are we in chains?
You're not in chains. You it's been public. It was a matter of public court that you were sentenced to duty in the watch. If you decide that you were going to try and escape from your guards and disappear into the city, well, there would be quite a handsome reward for bringing you back to justice. That you're trying to skip out on your lawfully provided and just punishment under the auspice of Sigma. Yes, you are taken through the city, not in chains, just marched together under the watch of some of the Altdorf watchmen. Taken to the Watch Fortress and brought upstairs to be stood in front of a door that has a word written on it that some of you will be able to see says the word Captain. Those of you who can't read, it means nothing.
It means words.
Indeed.
I
And
can't read.
It's alright, Armina can read. And this is why
I can
Armina
read.
stays with her
Their door.
brother.
what was that? Sorry, Andy?
It looks like somebody scratched up their door.
No,
Get somebody
this
in here
is
to fix that.
I could read, but choose not to, for I am a vile individual.
Wen's like, yeah, readings for Nancy suckers.
Oh my god, we still have Ben with us, don't we?
You still Wen was charged as well.
Yep.
Couldn't we have stashed him some?
Nope.
He
I
was
mean, you could
charged
have, but
completely justly and rightly in keeping with the infallible old justice system that I despise so much.
But yes, so one of the watchmen will knock on the door, and a voice will come from within, saying, "Come in." And the door is opened for you, and you are ushered inside. Let me move you to the relevant screen. Boo.
Pew.
And the door opens onto what looks, in a lot of ways, a lot more like a study than a captain's office. And there is a relatively young-looking woman in the livery of the Ubersreich Watch, standing there by a desk that's laden heavily with books, scrolls, parchments, inkwells, quills. I forgot the word quills. And other bits and pieces, including a couple of pieces of jewellery that seem to be she's in the process of taking notes on. And the young woman has stood from her desk as she turns, as she looks you up and down, nods briefly, and then waves to the Altdorf soldiers and says, "You are dismissed." And the door is closed, and you are left with the watch captain Andrea Pfeffer, as she introduces herself, the captain of the Ubersreich Watch. And please, you are?
Oh, there she is.
Vile criminals of the worst kind.
Though an accurate statement, more concisely, I'm Aldemar Laut, disgraced former member of the Order of the Torch. This is my compatriot, Layman Thornpock Moot,
Hey there.
and my charge, Initiate Wen.
I see. And the rest of you?
They call me Wolf Girl.
Armina is going to face Paul. She's literally going to face Paul. She's going to.
When Lorelei says that, you'll see the faint flutter of an eyelid that indicates that the captain is trying desperately not to roll her eyes at this point.
Armina's just gonna sigh, like, really heavily. The
Alright, let's just
wolf
get the
girl
introductions done.
is
Yeah.
Lorelei. My brother was the one that shouted out that we're vile criminals, is Theobald Selden. I'm Armina Bauer.
I see. Yes. Thank you. And she'll look to Erwin and Thomas.
Erwin will introduce himself as Erwin Hart.
Diane
And you-
Thomas Morga.
I see. I'm surprised to see a wizard of the colleges caught up in this sort of matter. Was this just a case of wrong place, wrong time?
Armina's going to give Lorelei a look and say, "You could say that."
I see.
I'm not gonna lie, some of us might be slightly more responsible for the situation than others.
I don't particularly care who's responsible for the situation or not. You've been tried and you've been sentenced. That's what I wanted. Sentenced. For now, your punishment is being handed down and you're members of the Watch. I can't say that I'm entirely pleased by this. I've asked for more watchmen, and what I get is criminals, louts, ne'er-do-wells, and idiots at the best of times. But we do what we must, and we do what we can. You may have noticed, possibly while you're rampaging through my city, that the Watch is not particularly well organized at the moment. There seems to be morale problems, where those watchmen who served loyally under the previous occupants of the city are now being replaced and pushed out by the Altdorf watchmen. Criminals and scums such as yourself given uniforms, but who seem to think that they're better than the rest of you. You're going to show them that you can do this job better than them, aren't you? Because this is your home. Am I correct?
Yes, we have nothing but honorable and virtual intentions, seeking repentance for our hideous crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
She gives you a slight side-eyed look, Aldemar, but she doesn't sort of carry on with whatever thought that engendered. Cabinock in a tiny muzzle, I just saw that.
I'm imagining it because he's a small dog, tiny muzzle,
He is a small dog.
and
Uh-oh.
he's really sad because he has a muzzle on.
Yes. But yes.
Vile and vicious criminal.
Well, when the census was handed down, he tried to bite the bailiff, so...
Oh, is that it?
So yes, as Captain Pfeffer is talking to you, a knock will come at the door, and she looks up and nods. Ah, just in time. Right. And she walks over to open the door for you, and I need to put someone else on the note because I forgot to put him in here. Yep, yep, yep. 1 moment,
Yep,
por
yep,
favor.
yep. 1 really long moment.
Yes.
1
Several
eternity
moments.
later.
Because I need to find the goddamn thing.
No. Look at all these books containing knowledge of prior civilizations. How foolish, spending their time improving the future generations when they could have been accumulating more wealth and power for themselves.
Aldemar.
I don't know. These bushes seem like a really inefficient way of getting a tree from one place to another.
Yeah,
Aldemar,
she'll
do you
open the
need a
door
muzzle
and
now?
An older gentleman will be standing outside the door, leaning on a pike. He doffs his hat, nods to the watch captain as he makes his way in. As she turns back to you, this is Sergeant Rudy Klumpenklug. He's going to be in charge of you during your time in the watch. His accounting of your behavior will be what ensures that you are not charged with dereliction of duty. If he gives good reports of your behavior, your sentence may be reduced. So I will suggest that you may want to stay in his good graces. I'd like to believe I'm not a fool, and I hope that you will not treat me as one, and we will continue to get along quite well. If you do as the sergeant tells you, you do not embarrass the watch, and you are wary and keep your eyes open, Ubersreich can be full of mischief, and I am entrusting you to do your part to repent for your crimes. She gives Aldemar a rather piercing look at this by clearing up this mischief and keeping the streets safe and quiet. Do any of you have any questions?
Wait, we actually have a length of sentence?
Yep.
Oof. That's
Yeah, we got
surprising.
we got lucky. Honestly, that judge was just hideously lenient. We should be swinging
Yeah.
from a rope right now if the land were just. Wait.
I'm gonna nudge Aldemar at that one, just like elbow to the
I
ribs.
think we muzzled the wrong person.
And the captain.
Falcon is going to raise his hand before anything else happens. Are we going to get an equipment, or are we going to be equipped from the watch? Or
I'm led to believe that you had equipment already on you when you were arrested.
Oh,
I just
yes.
wanted to.
We do have some armory left after the unpleasantness, but equipment is in rather short supply. If you have your own equipment, it would be much preferred if you could use it for now. Are there any further questions?
My equipment isn't on me, and it wasn't on me when I was detained. It's at
Wait,
my
during this
apartment.
whole being arrested and arraigned process, have we been allowed just to keep our armor and weapons on our persons?
No, they would have been taken into. They were taken, and you will get them back basically.
Hmm.
Anything that was on you was taken. Anything that was left in your quarters or in your personal residences was left there.
And that's
Wait,
what
so
Ermina's saying. She left, like,
Yeah.
she didn't
I feel
bring anything with her.
I feel discriminated against. None of us were allowed to keep our deadly weapons except Theobald.
And technically me.
You're muted, Altor.
I mean, my deadly weapon is a quarterstaff, so I mean, I'm not going to really be doing that much with it. Or just my hands.
Yes.
Evan has a question.
Yes.
Kind
Alwyn.
of, do we get some kind of badge of office that will indicate our position within the watch as public?
Or
And the
uniform
sergeant,
tabard.
the sergeant steps forward at this and he nods. Oldfield Disson, ma'am. You will be given back any equipment that was taken from you and confiscated when you were arrested. You are going to have time to go to your quarters and pick up any other equipment you feel you may need to safely discharge your duties. You will be provided with an armband showing you are a member of the watch. If you perform well and you wish to stay on in the watch, you may be provided with our tabard and uniform. Is that clear?
Yes, Sergeant Klumpenkloop.
And he'll sort of eye you, Erwin. Now, first thing to learn about the watch, Sonny.
There is no watch.
I ain't a sir. A sir's them knobs who are born into pretty houses with their soft, pretty hands. I'm a sergeant. I work for my rank, and I work for a living. Is that clear, boy?
Would never dream of
Yes,
referring
Sergeant.
to you as a sir, Sergeant Klumpenkloop.
I love how
Someone actually
You-
write that. Did someone write that name out?
It's
Yeah,
in the
I-
journal,
I love how
so it
he's
might be wrong.
I love how he's talking directly to Erwin, and Aldemar's just like, yeah, dude, got it, Sergeant Whippersnapper, blah blah.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, correct.
That's
I
his
got
name.
it.
got
Well,
it?
it's close. It was close.
Yes.
The
And then-
use.
Then yes, the sergeant turns to the captain and says, "With your permission, ma'am, I will take these reprobates out and induct them in the ways of the watch." And the captain, anyone who cares to roll perception for me, please.
Anyone who cares to, which is everyone.
Yeah.
Yay, perception.
Okay.
I mean, this isn't anything particularly.
Nope, she sees
We're
nothing.
intensely curious.
Nope.
Does
I
Arena stand her eye
say
out?
nothing.
Amina's too busy looking at
The
I don't know,
books.
some of the books on the shelf. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
She's
still
Okay.
glaring at Aldemar.
Aldemar, you will notice that every time the sergeant speaks, the captain once again gets that kind of you know when someone is like internally just thinking, "Dear God, please
Shoot me.
stop," and that kind of half glazed look comes over their eyes. Every time the sergeant speaks, the captain does that to a degree. She's just, "Yes, thank you, sergeant, if you will." And the sergeant will escort you all out of the room into the halls beyond. And once the door is closed behind you and you're a little way down the hall, you will notice that the Altdorf watchmen have all gone now. It's just you and the sergeant. And the old sergeant gives you all a grin and kind of nudges you with a bit of an elbow, Erwin, and says, "Right, now that's all over. You don't have to worry about standing formality with me. You can just call me Sergeant Rudy or Sarge. How's that sound?"
Sounds good, Sarge.
Good. Now, as I was saying, you've all probably got some kit that was nicked off you when you were taken into the clink, or something that's left back at your own houses, don't you?
Uh,
Don't all speak
So
up at once,
Sarge.
kids.
was-
Yes.
yes, my kit was right nicked by a bunch of banger guards.
Ermita again is going to facepalm very hard and say to Sergeant Rudy, "Some people had their possessions taken when they were arrested. I know myself. I left all of my belongings in my apartment."
Right, well, I'll show you around a bit, and then you can go get your things. Come this way, and we'll get you set up with those armbands I was talking about. And I'll show you a bit around the barracks first, too. And he leads you off out of the main part of the Watch Fortress down to the barracks. So, you were the meddlesome, troublesome, quarrelsome lads and lasses
Ermina is
responsible
immediately
for the,
going to clap a hand over Aldemar's mouth before he can speak.
responsible for that affray to do the other night, were you?
Whoa.
I can neither confirm nor deny these wild accusations.
We were convicted of it, so yes.
Ah, clever girl. The judges don't look too kindly on people who protest their innocence too hard. Waste their time, takes them away from their hot teas. Hot teas, I meant.
She's going to
Is there
get.
any
She's
particular reason you're holding that boy's mouth closed there, girlie?
Do you really want me to unmuzzle him? He was a priest. An ordained priest.
Well,
He likes to hear his own voice.
never hurts to have a man of the cloth to steer us on the right path, does it?
You asked for it. She's
Yeah.
gonna take her hand off of Aldemar's mouth, and she's gonna give Theobald a look of "Don't start."
Alright, and so down this way you'll see the barracks. We've got plenty of spare bunks if you want to save yourself some DOS, or if you don't have anywhere to sleep, there's a bunk here. Just check the footlockers first. If the footlocker's empty, then it's yours to take. If the footlocker's got something in it, then it belongs to someone else. And they might get a wee bit mardy about you for keeping in their bunk. And he'll sort of show you through the rather sparsely furnished barracks. The beds are serviceable, though they look quite hard and scratchy, and the blankets are most definitely made of the lowest quality woven cloth. It would be bearable, but not exactly comfortable to stay here, but it is somewhere for those who do not have anywhere to stay to put their heads down. And he takes you through to another hall where there is a few knots of watchmen. You'll see some still in the red and blue livery of the Altdorf watch. You'll see others who are quite clearly more Ubersreich watchmen, sitting in various groups, and there is very little to no mingling between the two types of groups. And he nods as you go past. You'll see plates and trenches of brown slop with some kind of hard, crusty-looking bread. And here's your mess. You come in any time of the day, and Gertie's got the stew going. You help yourself to some bread, some stew, some ale. It'll keep you full, it'll keep you hearty. And he slaps his belly and gives you all a nod.
So is that bread or stew or ale?
It takes him a moment, and then he bursts out laughing, and he claps you on the back, Aldemar, quite heartily. I like this one. You got a sense of humor on you, boy.
I could notice if he never answered the question.
And he won't as he walks you out of the room. And eventually he will take you around to the armory, next to which is a small locked room that he opens with a very large, ornate-looking key. And those of you who did have equipment confiscated, who didn't have it on you when you were arrested or didn't have it near to hand and have it confiscated when you were taken in, your equipment will be here. So he will let you sort of re-armor whatever you had on hand.
Yay.
And once you're all done, he gives you all a nod.
Are they also all ugly?
All of the watchmen.
No, the armor we are now getting.
The quality of
Well, I mean, this is just where your stuff was. If you want
right. Yeah.
if you want armor from the watch armory, you can take it, but it will all be ugly and bulky.
Yay.
Just how we like it.
And it's pretty much the lowest quality armor that you can get.
I have a
We
question,
need a
Sarge.
rich benefactor who secretly knows our deepest, darkest secrets and plots to take us down. And does so with uncanny precision.
Mhm.
If this were a good campaign, that's what would happen.
Suddenly, giant meteor comes through the barracks and smashes Aldemar.
He didn't summon it.
If you don't think this is fair, you should check it up in the dictionary or something.
Oh, the fucking what even was that? That fucking whole thing about if you think it should be fair and equitable or whatever, you should look the definitions of those up in the dictionary. Like what?
Yeah.
He's very pretentious.
But that doesn't even make sense. But anyway, so yes, once you've got your equipment back, Sergeant Rudy will kind of gesture you all in a bit closer and shut the quite heavy door behind you all. Right. So, there's a few ears around here that prick up when they hear things. So, we don't want to talk too much while we're here. But, if you all want to just take your time, get yourselves acquainted to your new position, go out and get anything you left back at your old kip, anything like that, you meet me just before sundown at the Red Moon Inn. You'll see me there. I'll be at the back. And we'll have a chat. And we'll talk about your new duties and get you all sorted out. Sarge Rudy's going to look after you kids. All right?
Sergeant, one question. You said we
Right,
could-
Sergeant Dad.
Sergeant,
Ermina
if anyone
is
should
just
choose-
going to again facepalm.
Rudy's gonna chuckle at that, but then look at Amina. You were saying something, love?
You said the barracks were if we didn't have accommodations. So if we have an apartment, we're allowed to stay in our apartments or our own lodgings.
He nods. Yep. See, the thing is that you gotta report to me, and I'm the one who reports whether you're meeting the terms of your sentencing or not. Yep.
Yep.
And if you decide you're not gonna report to me, well, then a bounty gets put on your heads. And as the captain said, there's a lot of people in this city who'd be more than happy to turn you over for a guard bounty, for a watch bounty. So, when people are sentenced to the watch, we figure it doesn't make too much sense to keep them chained up here. Because then it means we gotta feed them, we gotta clothe them, we gotta wash them, whether they need it or not.
Look
They
at
have an awful
Lorelai.
life sometimes. And it's those gold counters that they keep up in the Blackrock Castle. They figured out that it's cheaper for you to pay your own rent and to buy your own food. So, as I said, if you want to, the barracks are there. If you got nowhere else to stay, the barracks are there. But if you want to stay in your own bed, where there's less chance of bed bugs, you want to feed yourself, and feed yourself something where you can discern whether you're eating stew or bread or ale, then that's up to you. As long as you turn up for your appointed duties and you do your rounds and you keep your head in, then I'll give you a good report.
Okay, I understood. Thank you.
So, as I said, Red Moon Inn just before sundown. Any other questions?
Yeah, Sarge. Do we get paid for this?
You do. You get a very small stipend, so that if you do have to pay your own rent and get your own food, well then it's still cheaper than keeping you in the barracks.
The
Something,
generosity of the Imperial State is without comparison.
What am I looking for? There we go. So yeah, you'd basically be you'll basically be getting a very minor watchman's stipend for the time that you're doing this, which is God. Where does it say what your fucking income is?
It's in the class thing where it's
Yeah.
God, I think it was at the start of the class thing. It talks about what the number actually means
Yeah.
in terms of
Yeah,
how much money you make.
the number means that's the amount of dice you roll. I think it's brass 1 is 2d10.
Yep.
Is 4d10. Brass 3 is like 6d10.
Well, there you go. I mean, you're brass 3 anyway, so.
Brass 3, holy crap, we're lower than sentries.
You are.
Is it,
Oh
I
wait,
mean,
no,
what-
it's right. It's watch, not where we're watchmen, not guard.
Watchman, yeah,
Yes.
God is a different thing.
I make
God,
exactly
sorry.
how much
Is
I
this-
make.
Does this stack on top of what we in our?
Oh,
I think we're temporarily booted out of our prior careers.
prior.
I have a silver one. No.
Prior
I'm
status.
so much poorer now.
Status is now brass 3.
Yes.
This is why y'all need to start taking people's money. I don't want. You can't boot me out of being a thief if I.
What do you mean start?
Hey, I was brass 3 when I was a rat hunter. Now I'm a rat catcher. I'm silver one.
But yes, Talcon is starting to get the point there. But anyway, yes. So you are all dismissed to go about and do what you wish for the remaining hours before sunset. So yeah, as I said, those of you who had items that were left behind, you can go and collect them now. In terms of your actual income, obviously, as we've all just discussed, temporarily your status will be the status now of a level 1 watchman. That does not mean that you cannot do things to try and get more money. So sort of between sessions / between adventures that occur, between things that you have to do as watchmen. If you have other skills, obviously you can still apply them. Catching rats or lifting heavy things or apothecarying and things like that.
Setting things on
So-
fire.
Like, before we were arrested, did we roll our income or no?
Whatever you need to take.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Only one who did.
Oh, I did, but
Yeah.
not the income one. I did the create.
Did training a dog one.
Yeah.
I
You
think.
don't suppose I can go and shout at people that they're going to be punished for their sins until they give me money, right?
Yeah, you can certainly, especially around the lower levels of the city where the priests don't often go to.
Like, he would know, wouldn't he?
Oh, exactly.
You'll get
Yes.
punished for your sins, like
Well,
me.
Usually, take the endeavor for income.
Yeah.
You need to have 2 weeks of downtime. It's like 2 weeks of downtime.
Yeah. Which is strange because then it's like, okay, so the income that you get from your status is 2 weeks worth of income. That's even more ridiculously low.
No, that's you would get more, but you would spend most of it for food and shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
See, getting all my stuff.
What you get at the end is what is left over.
Ah, that's fair. Okay.
I think I'm gonna leave my money, the alcohol, and some stuff at her house. If that's okay with you.
Oh, you're gonna leave stuff
Mina?
at my house?
Yeah, just stuff that I don't need to take with me. I think the rope and all that would be fine with me. You can have the alcohol. That's probably payment for insulting you.
Are you sure you're not a halfling?
But yes, as I said, if there was anybody who wants to get anything and move into the barracks, you're more than welcome to. As the sergeant pointed out, there are plenty of empty bunks if you don't mind sharing them with a few minute occupiers.
Ermina's gonna stay at her
Yeah,
apartment.
Evan is gonna take a bunk.
That's fair.
I was about to say, unless Armina's cool with me continuing to sleep on her floor, I'll probably grab a bunk as well.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a bone as well, basically. But
It might help if we are close to the. It help if we are, live close to the place we are supposed to investigate.
Indeed, plus this could open up some other opportunities for us to, hobnob, mingle, otherwise engage in skullduggery, etc.
Etc. etc. Ermina's still gonna sleep in her own home.
That's
You've got a
We
home,
sh-
and once again, if I could sleep on your floor, I wouldn't be sleeping on the thing, but I think that might be overstaying my welcome, seeing as how last time I kind of bled on the place a little bit.
a little bit. So yeah, I think basically 3 or 4 of us are gonna be in the bunks. He's gonna be at her home. Where's Aldemar? Is Aldemar gonna be staying in the church or?
I'll stay in the barracks.
All right, a bunch of us, and Wynn's gonna be with the barracks as well.
where Aldemar goes, Wen goes,
And Thomas said,
whether you want him to or not.
So if I throw Aldemar out a window,
and Thomas is.
You're welcome to try. I can't set anything next to me on fire.
Me too. Not very successfully.
Fire friends. So yeah, Thomas, are you staying with Amina and Theobald, or are you staying in the barracks as well?
I'll stay outside the barracks. I don't necessarily think that people inside the barracks might be too trusting of a wizard.
That's fair. That's fair.
Is he muffled for anyone else, or is it my?
He's super
thing
muffled
that's
for me.
He is a bit muffled, yeah.
Who?
Talking to his beard.
Altor.
Ah,
We may
His-
be talking to his beard.
His beard has taken over. Now you're married to a beard.
Quite possibly.
There's no more Altor. Only
Done.
beard.
Darling, can you speak up?
Not really. This is my normal speaking voice.
Wow, you are super muffled and quiet today.
Does your microphone need to, like, is it moved from where it normally is?
You might just need to go in and turn up your gain and the window settings.
Possibly.
Or do you guys turn me up from your end?
Yeah,
I'm
now
already
you're
up at max.
Now you're louder.
Yeah, you're already up at like 150% for me.
Because I can't hear myself. I have no idea how I sound.
Now you sound
Now
normal.
you're sounding a lot better.
Yeah, now you're
Just
sounding
need
like
to be-
Altor instead of Beard.
Okay, so apparently all the things that were suggested to turn off in the advanced settings in Discord, turning them off actually makes you sound worse.
Yeah,
Interesting.
turns out the echo cancellation is the only one I have turned off because that caused you to cut off constantly. for some
Okay.
reason. Yeah, noise suppression, automatic gain control, those can be on.
All right, so yeah, once you've all arranged your living situations, you've got your various belongings back and stashed them wherever you're going to stash them. You have your new shiny armbands that mark you as members of the Ubersreich Watch, to which most of you will get kind of sidelong looks as you move around, as you walk around the city. Nobody seems to be particularly suspicious of you, but obviously, you know, people who may previously have ignored you will now eye you with a certain concern as they see you moving through the streets. And eventually the time will come for you to all reconvene at the Red Moon Inn, which is a relatively popular seeming tavern down by the docks. It is. Where did I put that thing? So yeah, it's quite clean and well put together. Though the sign above the door and the general demeanor of the place seem a little bit shabby. It's seen some better days. And the lower floor, as many of the buildings in Ubersreich are, is built entirely from stone, and the upper levels are built from wood. And as you make your way inside, you'll see that the inn itself is doing quite a decent trade with humans, men and women, with dwarves and halflings and priests and laymen and all sorts of people in and out and standing at the bar and gathering at tables, and it is quite a raucous and enjoyable place.
Look, they
Behind
look
the bar,
so
you'll see
happy.
that there is a indeed. Behind
Especially
the bar,
him.
you'll see that there is a buxom wench serving drinks to the punters who are paying good coin, and there is an interesting-looking curved sword held in a rack behind the bar. It seems to be quite ornate looking and quite exotic. None of you have ever seen a sword like this before. And you'll see around the edges of the tavern there are some smaller semi-private alcoves with heavy curtains to offer some degree of privacy from the greater tavern at large. You'll find yourselves almost unable to think. The place is so noisy as you wind your way through trying to find the Sarge. But eventually you will find him tucked away at the back, waving you over, gesturing for you to close the curtain behind you as you find yourselves settling into a booth where a series of tankards are already waiting for you, gently foaming with ale. And he nods to you all. Oi, how's you all?
Fine.
All right,
Sarge.
Sarge.
Hello, Sergeant.
Hi, Sarge. I can't see anybody on this map.
Yep. Hang on a second. You probably can't see anybody because none of you are on there yet.
Yeah, that would make
There
a
we
lot
go.
of sense.
I'll just pop you up at the top there for a moment. And
There we are.
there you are, indeed.
Oh boy, Red Moon Inn. I sure hope there's no, magic happening here. Some grey witches. Oh well.
Magic? Why ever would there be magic?
Look at Thomas.
I know,
Here.
right?
Well, you're not supposed to be doing magic at the moment, Thomas.
And who said I am?
But you are the only wizard. Everyone.
Yeah,
It's a very
now
magical
there's two of
time.
us.
Now there's duplicates of everybody.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
Oh,
yeah.
Edna's gone.
It's too late. We saw
Doppelgangers.
doppelgangers. We're all gonna die.
You probably all are gonna die because doppelgangers are really fucking nasty in this system.
Indeed.
Oh Christ! All right, let's try this again with less fucking up.
For some reason, I can control Irvin Hart.
Okay, interesting. I don't know why.
I can control.
That's because when he was
Healed.
that's because several people was gone that one day, and she never took back control from us.
Right.
No, Erwin should only be able to be controlled by.
I can control him, and I can
Oh,
control
interesting.
Theobald.
I can also control Theobald and Erwin. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
fuck with people too much.
Will you straighten out
Yes.
Kerbanog? He does not need to be on his head.
But yes, so the sergeant will push your tankards of ale towards you all, and ensure that you all have a drink in hand. And raise his tankard to you all. To a glorious night in the watch.
Aye, aye.
Ermina's going to slightly raise her glass to the statement and nod.
That time I'm gonna nod and then fucking tip it back.
So, some of you look like the sorts who'd be out late at night, rabble rousing, causing trouble. The rest of you, not quite so much. How many of you were born here, lived here all your lives?
I have.
Ermina's going to raise her hand and tilt her head over towards Theobald as well.
Yes, and for some reason, Kerbanog also raises his hand.
Yep.
Even though he was grown in
He has a
land
hand.
far beyond.
He
You
yips.
Or far.
He's gonna yip.
But he'll nod. So, as some of you may or may not know, there's two Uberstrikes, really. There's the one that most folks know, the one that good Sigmar-fearing folks know, the day Uberstrike, where the sun's out, you walk the streets, and the only things you got to worry about are cut purses and dark alleys. And then there's the other Uberstrike, the nighttime Uberstrike. We used to be the Night Watch. That's what we used to do. You are either Day Watch or Night Watch, and we were the Night Watch.
And now my watch begins.
Not anymore, though. Not anymore. We're a bit thin on the ground. That's why we've got so many of those Altdorf bastards here. So now we take our turns. We do 3 by day, 3 by night. You're starting off in the Night Watch. So we're going to do the next 3 nights. Then you'll have a day of rest. Then you'll go into day shift. You got that so far?
Yep,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
seems simple enough.
It is.
Can
But then
we,
it's more than that.
can we rephrase it in simpler words?
You're gonna stay up all night 3 nights. You're gonna sleep. And then you're gonna be up 3 days.
Walk around in dark, walk around in light.
Yep.
Okay, I think I got it.
And he'll take a draught of his ale. Now, and he sort of lowers his voice and leans in closer and puts his tankard on the table. Those of you who lived here, who've been here a long time, or any of you sympathetic to the old regime,
That's a rather bold comment, Echo.
there's a reason why we ask these questions in places where nobody listens.
What regime?
I'm just saying, if you got any sympathies, keep them to yourself. The headhunting's over, but if it ever come out that you're a supporter of the old ways, you may lose your head. You got that?
Tuckin looks very confused at this moment.
Armina's
Yeah.
just
I
going
got
to
no idea
nod.
what's going on.
Armina's just
Well,
going
this
to
just
came
nod.
up early
There's
in
you're
the
suggesting there's
beginning. Yeah.
still people that back the von Jungfreuds in the Watch.
Oh, right.
I'm not saying there are, lad. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm saying there are some people who saw which way the winds were blowing and got their heads down. There may be some people who try and get you admitting certain things. I'm saying continue keeping your head down. If those were things that you may be feeling deep down in your heart. You understand what I'm saying, lad?
Could you explain it simpler?
20 words or 10 words or less.
10 words or less.
Wow.
Keep your opinion to yourself.
Idiot.
I get it.
Idiot. Yeah.
Yes. And if there are words I haven't used out of 20, just repeat idiot
No.
in the end until we
Well-
reach the limit.
Well, I'm not local, so I've got no loyalties that need to be concerned of.
Good, good. It's a good thing that they're gone. But I will say, they did their bit trying to keep things quiet, trying to keep Ubersreich healthy. And with the unpleasantness and the vacuum that's been, well, no, he wouldn't use vacuum. With the void that's been left, all manner of things have been stirred up. Folks are up and vanishing. Good Ubersreich men and women are moving on. They say that some are going down the Teufel. You know what that means, don't you, lad? And he'll nod to Theobald, and with that
They're
one,
heading
Yeah,
towards
it's-
outdoor.
Yeah, it's the river that heads towards out of past.
Theobald will know from basically the people that he associates with that if someone's said to have gone down the Teufel, that usually means that their throat's been slit and they've been dumped in the river.
Yeah.
So,
Why would they need to go to Altdorf if they're dead?
Well,
all go
Please
to
tell me
Altdorf
Aldemar
in
does
the
not
end.
ask that out loud.
they do say that shit floats downstream, son.
It goes past Castle Sussurshushu.
Shushushlosh. But yes.
Well, more
Now-
simply, they go through the Schlussel Slosh Sloop too.
Yes.
Now, the bad news is that we won't be patrolling the hill. Morgensight, those pretty people, those new nobles from Altdorf, they don't want growy little Ubersreich lads coming and tromping down their streets. So, We
It's
will
our
be.
city. We should tromp wherever we want.
Try telling that to a noble.
You're right there, lad. But while we wear the colours, we follow the rules, don't we?
Yes, Sergeant.
Don't
We'll
look
be
so
patrolling.
dejected,
We'll be patrolling the
Dibble.
docks, the marked plats, and all the places where the Altdorfers don't want to go. I will say this. Those of you who've chosen to keep in the barracks, keep an eye open. Be wary of the Altdorfers. They've been causing trouble. I've lost a lot of good mates in the unpleasantness, and I've lost more since. Not a few of them were lost to some Altdorf shit punching their lights out. You can trust me, your old Sarge Rudy. You can trust the captain. But anyone else, I'd be wary of them, kids. They may not have your best interest at heart.
How come? I get you're saying they're a nasty sort. How nasty a sort are we talking about? The kind you don't walk down the street with, and that'll burst into your house.
I wouldn't turn my backs on some of the lads in red and blue if I were you. They think they're better than us. They think they're too good for Berserk. And when the proverbial hits the water, they're the first ones to push you in it and run. I'm going to keep you together as a patrol. You seem to have each other's interests. Whether it's your best interests or not remains to be seen.
That we have each other's interests at heart is a thoroughly inaccurate observation.
Well, that's why
I was
he's
really interested in the dog.
That's why
like
he
that.
said it remains to be seen if it was your best interests. You run into any problems with any of the other lads, you let me know, and we'll clear it up. But otherwise, it's your first night. We'll have a drink. We'll wait for the bells to chime, and then we'll go out and we'll do a patrol. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Then drink up, lads. He's gonna raise his tankard.
Yeah, raise. Armina's going to raise her tankard and drink.
It's and it's just standard ale. It's not particularly strong. It's not going to get anything that's going to get you particularly drunk. You know, it's more sanitary than water, shall we say?
Yeah.
Just like they give
Really
you the
tempted
rub.
to purify it.
Yeah. And I have all these points in consume alcohol.
Hey.
So you can drink with the dwarves?
Not that many points yet. But soon.
Soon.
Soon PM.
You'll never be able to drink with the dwarfs.
Become
Challenge
a
accepted.
slayer. Become a slayer. Then we'll see.
But yes, I don't know why the picture has a slayer in the Red Moon Tavern of all Red Moon Inn of all places.
Because Barden.
But Barden's not in the game.
Maybe it's because of
then
Oakley then.
Then there's Gruber with Bergenhoff and bonnet on his head.
Indeed.
And then
Anyway.
there's Huntsman Gruber on the left. And
There's so many Krubers.
yes.
But anyway, yes. So yeah, he'll sort of take his time enjoying his ale and having a chat with you and finding out and sort of chatting with you about, you know, where you come from, what you've done. And as you're talking, he sort of seems to be eyeing you all up and getting the measure of you all. And then once he's finished his first drink, he sort of leans out the curtain, gestures for another, and looks back at you all. Another round, lads?
Yeah.
Sure.
If you're buying.
And he laughs. We'll call in advance, won't we? But then yes, another round of drinks are delivered for you all. And he looks between you and so who started the fight?
What?
Did Lorelai just choke on her drink?
Now, when you say started,
I couldn't help it.
Aldemar, hush.
He's gonna look at you, Aldemar.
You
did, lad?
No. His nice fancy priestly robes would have been spattered with blood.
Oh, they were covered with so much blood and mud by the end of it all.
That's
I
why
was
they're
eager
nice
to
and
know.
pristine, right? That's
I
why
only
they're
have the one set of clothes,
And
they
they're
still
currently
have the
stained
claw
red.
marks in them.
they are
Yeah.
currently covered in blood.
Yeah, pretty much as Aldemar confesses this, the sergeant's gonna look from Aldemar over to Lorelei, and then just sort of raise an eyebrow. What? Did he duck behind you, lass, and use you as a shield for the spray?
I'm just gonna look at him and give him kind of like a defeated shrug, and then go back to my.
That's what you get for fighting a real werewolf.
And,
Speaking of, Lorelai, how's your side feeling?
It was so.
Peachy.
It was so messy. It was so violent.
No need for fire. No need for more
I
pulses.
don't know why I did it. I don't know how I did it.
Aldemar, I think I need to make a muzzle for you.
Thomas is just gonna roll his eyes behind his grimoire.
is anybody ever gonna tell Aldemar the truth?
Aldemar.
Good as it is.
Only two people know the truth.
Well,
Well, the full truth.
Ermina, Theobald, and Thomas
We don't
know.
know everything, but we know they got
Yeah.
into some kind of fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Anyway.
fine. Everything is fine.
And the sergeant's gonna sort of laugh to himself. And as you're sitting there finishing your second ales, the bells are going to chime, signifying the switch from day watch to night watch. And the sergeant will drain his tankard and push himself back from the table and stand up. Well, let's get going then. Time to patrol the mean streets of Ubersreich.
Right.
I
Ermina's gonna finish her tankard.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas hasn't touched his second one.
I take Thomas
See-
the second one.
I was gonna say, seeing Thomas's second one still full, the sergeant goes to reach for it, but Lorelei gets there first.
Waste not, want not.
And he'll
To be
just,
perfectly honest, I wouldn't trust a wizard who's drunk, and I am one.
Fair.
Well, you
Alright.
can't hold your ale, lad.
So,
What kind of man are you?
So, what's our head bashing quota?
Head bashing quota?
Ermina
We're
is
not
going
here
to
to
give.
bash heads in. We're here to help the men and women of Ubersreich, to keep an eye on them, to keep them safe, to help them sleep soundly in their beds.
And if someone deserves a head bashing,
Well, then, if someone deserves one, then we give it to them. But we're not seeking it out.
Sorry, I
wait, we
misunderstood. I just had assumed from, repeated observations that we had a head bashing quota in the watch.
Ermina's gonna give Aldemar a very sideways look. What parts of the city were you in?
I didn't tell him this.
At what time? So I can avoid those areas?
The docks.
Yeah.
Since we've been here, I've only seen 2 heads bashed, and I'm not going to say who's responsible for them, but it wasn't the watch at the time.
I can't maintain my I cannot hide my guilt anymore.
And so
You've been
the
drinking
sergeant's
far
just
too
gonna
much.
the sergeant's gonna laugh and clap Aldemar on the back again and just you're too ready to admit your own faults there, lad. You're gonna keep something for the confessors.
But I was the confessor.
So yes, once all of the drinks are completely finished, then he will lead you all outside and into the now darkened streets of Ubersreich. Which he is there, so that's good. So you'll go out into the streets.
Hey, it's not on fire.
It's not on fire and it's nighttime.
It's occasionally on fire.
And we're
as you
going. Sorry.
As you step out into the streets, you'll notice that it is definitely quite different than it is during the daytime.
Yeah,
There are
this
still
looks
people.
exactly like Horn of Magnus.
Shh.
Fat Sock always reusing these levels.
Shh. I do what I can with the assets I have. But yeah, so you step out in the streets and the business people and the busyness of the day has already died down. There are still some men and women going here and there, heading either back to their homes or going from tavern to tavern. But the streets are much more empty than they usually are. And the moon sits high overhead, though Morsley has yet to crest the horizon. So right now the sky is clear and the horrible tint of green is not in the air. And the sergeant will start wandering his way down the cobblestones with you, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jerkin, boot heels clicking on the road as he walks. And he sort of looks around. See, when you're patrolling at night, you got to make sure that you look like you're supposed to be there, and that you look like you know what you're doing, and that you look confident. You
What
hurry
if we look
around.
bad?
You hurry around looking like a nervous Nelly, and every cut purse and cutthroat in the city's gonna come out and tickle you with their dagger.
I think we can manage that. I've never lacked for confidence.
Clearly.
I noticed that, lad.
Yeah. We don't know this person, okay?
Ermina is just like every time Aldemar opens his mouth, she's going to be giving a.
He just kind of ran out of there.
A sigh. A heavy sigh.
Fair. Fair. But yeah, the sergeant will kind of nod to you and chuckle as you all talk about that. Well, you'll be moving in a group most of the time. I might be with you sometimes. I won't be with you every patrol. But keep your chin up, keep your eyes and ears open, and you should get back from most of your patrols pretty unscathed. So first we're going to go down and patrol the docks tonight. I'm going to have a look around there, see what it's like in the nighttime. You'll get to know them a bit better in both the day and the night. I recommend patrolling them at least 2 or 3 times a shift, just going back and forth. Visibility's the key. The criminals tend to keep their heads down if we're visible. And we keep the honest men and women safe. And he'll lead you down, heading towards the docks along the river. And as you make your way along the docks and through the streets, he points out in various alleys, and you'll see sort of dark shifting shapes down the alleys, and he'll tuck in closer and sort of mention the various different gangs and groups that tend to congregate. We don't really have gang territory, but you'll notice certain names and certain colors here and there. The unfortunate fact is we don't have enough men to root out all the gangs, so we do what we can to stay visible, make them keep their heads down, and just try and step on them when they get too big for their boots.
Yes. As long as there are no green triangles, we are fine.
If they're not halfling gangs, how will we step on them?
I'm
That's
surprised
first.
Taliesin is not kind of stepping way away from Aldemar on that one.
What am I stepping away from?
Aldemar
He's trying
asked
to
if
step
they're
on you.
not halflings, how do we step on them?
But he's not going to step on me. He's
Well,
going
he said if they're not halfling gangs.
Yeah. Because he said if they get too big, yeah, then we step on the gangs.
Also, Talkin will just observe that the watch probably needs a lot more funds if he really thinks that.
and the sergeant will nod in agreement with that. Alright, if we had more funding handed down from the castle, then we might be able to actually hire some mercs rather than relying on press gang criminals. Not that I'm saying that you lads and lasses aren't worth your weight, but well.
Oh no, we're not.
You don't really look like a gang of fighters or anything.
I can
Oh,
agree with
you
half of that
lass.
statement.
You lass, you're a biggin. You could probably take a few down.
I was about to say, since I've been here, I'm 2 for 3. So
Yeah. And so as you get further along the docks and further down towards the river, you will just notice that the smell of fish and fish guts and kind of just fermenting, rotting substances does get a lot stronger. It's not the hugely unpleasant miasma that surrounds Altdorf, but it is still definitively a rather distinctive smell. You know when you're near the docks in Ubersreich. And the smell kind of lingers on you and lingers in your nostril as you make your way along. And there's a few other places as you make your way through the docks where the sergeant will point out particularly notable or gruesome murders that occurred. He talks about Jack the Smiling Lad, who some of you may know from, well, stories of the city's history, who would gut fishwives along the banks of the river. Yeah, pretty much the Jack the Ripper tour.
Yep.
And he points out where some of the larger fights during when the Jungfreuds were deposed. He'll point out where some of the larger fights occurred, and you'll see even in the darkness. You'll still see dark marks on the stonework, and you'll see sort of notches and holes in walls and stonework where arrows and flintlock pistol rounds took chips out of the wall. And I will get you to all please give me a +10 perception test, please.
Oh, yay, time to fail.
Let's do it.
Okay.
hey, just barely.
Just barely a failure.
Don't even try.
Always try.
Let's
Well, it's a
try.
+10. Hey, look at you, Theobald.
Oh, +10. Then
Wow.
should be 3.
Yep.
Well, I always ask if you could, never if you should.
Okay.
But Thomas is critical, so is all.
Yes. And Talcon is a critical failure, isn't he? A fumbling failure.
No, I think that was the previous one.
Oh, that was?
Was it?
That was, I think, the previous one.
No.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't roll yet.
Oh, okay. You muted again, Altor.
I was the last roll. I thought of the previous one.
Yeah. Okay, no, well, Tal can miss that anyway. All right, so those of you who passed, you don't know if the sergeant sees this, but as you're walking along, you'll sort of look down a cross street, and you'll notice that there is a man who, at first, you think he's just stumbling along drunk, but you sort of realize he's not acting like a drunk would normally. You know, he doesn't seem to be jovial or calling out. And as you look and you watch him sort of stumbling, you'll see another kind of dark shape come out of one of the side alleys and basically kind of wrap their arm around him and start hefting him up and dragging him along the street.
Should we stop that?
What's this then?
Hey, Judge.
What's all this
Judge,
then?
going on over there?
This then?
And Rudy will look where you indicate and he'll sort of peer down the road and then shrug and continue walking the way he was originally going. Yeah, you'll see drunks at all times of night. Sometimes they'll come out during prime drinking hours. Sometimes you'll have a flood of them when the inns close just after midnight bells. It's nothing to
Sar-
worry about.
Didn't
Sarge,
seem
I
drunk,
might be,
Sarge.
yeah, I might be speaking out of turn, but I don't think that man is not drunk. I've administered plenty of drunks before.
I've been plenty of drunks before.
Can I roll intuition to see if he's being purposefully dismissive?
You can roll it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll give it a shot. I'm not super great, but let's give it a go.
Yep. You think that he probably has seen so many drunks before that he's not looked properly and doesn't seem concerned by this because, well, he knows better. He's been doing this for all of his life.
How
Well,
far
as I
away is
said,
this?
But
I'm not the best at intuition.
Neither am I.
Intuition.
if you
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
No,
you'll have kind of the same impression of him.
Mm.
But yeah, if you sort of protest at his dismissal of the matter, he will pause for a moment and then shrug and nod to you. Well, if you think there's something wrong, then go administer the law.
Sure
All right,
thing,
let's go.
Sarge.
Okay, so who wants to be the one to bash his head in?
I got.
Not you.
Let's see what's wrong first, and then
That
think
would be
about
the
I'd say,
wise idea.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with a brisk walking pace towards
Oh.
the drunk and the other dude.
That's what he meant by administer the law. Sorry.
You're finally getting it.
Oh,
So,
I'll
yeah.
administer. All right.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's go down there, I guess. Shield up.
Yep.
Let's go down the dark alley.
All right.
This is great.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to call out and alert the person, or are you going to just make your way up there?
Ho there, friend.
Oh
That's
lord.
like I was just gonna brisk walking pace while being armed towards him,
Alrighty.
but we had a call out, so I
Yep.
guess we're calling out.
Yep.
What's all this then, boy?
All right. So yeah, you call out to the man who's helping the drunk person down the street, and he kind of whips around, and you catch sight of his face in the light from a window nearby. It's just kind of a grubby looking face. It doesn't seem to be rat-like or weird in any way. And as you call out and he sees you all approaching, the man will kind of push the drunk off himself and just kind of yell out to you that he's drunk. You should take him to the drunk tank. And then tries to leg it down the street.
Tackle.
Yeah.
Carabanog, go!
Stop
Time
right,
to
stop right
take
there, in the name of the law.
extreme violence.
It
I
is.
mean, stop resisting.
Okay, I was about to say, in that case, I take off after the dude.
Oh,
All
that
right.
poor bastard.
Uh-huh.
All right, I will get you to roll a. Hang on.
Dropping the meteor on this dude is probably excessive, right?
Probably so
Yes.
is Wall of
Possibly,
Fire.
possibly, but I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you are meant to be keeping the peace.
Wall of Fire it is then.
What
Let's
is
try
more
conventional means
peaceful?
first, and then we'll try divine means.
Okay.
Or arcane.
Mine has
next.
nothing to do with divine.
That's why I also specified arcane.
All right, so I want you to please roll athletics for me.
Fuck.
Anyone who wants to chase this man, please roll athletics.
It's okay. Aldemar never skips leg day. Aldemar frequently skips leg day.
Oh, you're so...
No,
Yeah,
dumb
but
fun. I think I'll reroll
I was
that
gonna
one
say.
fail, yeah.
This is our day, isn't it?
It's gonna be great.
Yup, I'm gonna try re-rolling that too.
Yes, yep.
Wow, we
Big
really
crack.
can't fucking do shit.
We are awful.
Since we are all failing, I'm going to spend a fate point to reroll. Yes!
God damn
Okay.
it.
Were
3
you rolling as
degrees of
well?
success.
Nope.
Okay.
Like, maybe I'll also re-roll.
Let's see, how many times did you roll?
Aldemar.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Alright.
9 times and 1 success.
Seems about right.
No.
All right.
Good to see the wizard never skips leg day.
So
Don't
it's
worry,
Sal,
I
can you
will
roll
get
it?
him.
Small dog, take off.
All right.
Someone's probably checked the drunk.
The person who
Yeah,
fell over.
I'll.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say.
I-
I was gonna say, if any of you had let those fumbling failures stand, you would have tripped over the drunk guy.
Well, considering I still failed by 3 degrees, I'm gonna like start taking off and realize I'm not that fast and check on the
Yeah.
drunk guy.
Same
Yeah.
here, because I got stubby
Yeah.
legs anyway.
Guys, do your stretches first, you know. Just, yeah.
High knees.
Okay, yes,
High
so-
knees.
So, yeah,
what does
the-
Cabanok roll? Since, I guess it's agility.
Yeah, it would be agility.
Does he get a bonus because he's small and agile?
Nope.
Does
Yeah,
he
he's-
get bonus for being four-legged?
he will get a bonus for this agility test. He'll get a plus 10 bonus.
But he'll get a minus then because he's tiny.
Okay, it fumbles and falls over.
Okay.
Here's all the commotion, runs up, bites the drunk.
I was gonna say, yeah. Cabanok gets excited in the chaos and he starts running around yipping and finds the fallen over man and then starts sniffing around him.
Yes,
All
roll
right, so
20
yeah.
hates us.
Thomas and Aldemar will take off after the man who's running away, and while Thomas manages to keep a decent pace, it's Aldemar who pulls ahead. And as the man rounds a corner and tries to give you the slip, you will come close enough to grab him, Aldemar, if you wish,
You-
or whatever you'd like to do to him.
I will try to grab him.
All right.
Probably get what was it? I like to get my Warhammer out in my other hand, just because I never know. But I'm going to try to grab him, tackle him if necessary. Do not stop when the watch calls, scum. Do you want to die? Is that what you want tonight?
Not really. And he's gonna try and run. So I will get you to. Now, can anybody roll grapple, or do you have to have a grapple skill?
I think
Anybody
we'll
can roll
grapple
grapple.
in
Can
lieu of-
grapple.
Any unarmed attack.
All right, that's opposed weapon skill, isn't it?
Correct.
All right, roll your weapon skill, Aldemar.
Yeah.
No.
Reroll. Yeah.
Oh, critical
Yeah.
success. All right,
Get down on the
Aldemar.
ground. Down on the ground.
you go
Stop
to grab.
resisting.
You go to grab this guy, and you kind of snatch at his robes, and he kind of hugs an arm out and tries to pull away. And then you said you had your hammer in the other hand, right?
Yeah.
Do you utilize your hammer in your grapple attempt?
What was it? I'm mostly going to indeed be trying to force him down onto the ground, wherein I imagine.
Can you
the
smash
hammer
him with
actually-
just smash him with the butt of the handle on the hammer instead of the
Sorry,
actual
what
hammer?
were you gonna
Behind
say? Let
Yeah.
Ree finish what he was gonna say.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking exactly what Hellion said. Use the hammer to not with the actual hammer part, but with the try to smack the haft of it into his knee, around his leg, try to get him
Alright.
to get on the ground. And
Not a
then
problem.
I think you probably want to press. Try to imagine in my head. I think you probably want to press it against the back of his neck, not too hard, to try to help down once he's on the
Yep.
ground.
Okay, so then what do you do to his leg? Eh, that's not bad.
Ouch.
No, 5 is basically a stubbed toe, so
It's gonna be like a
Oh.
light sprain.
yeah, basically
You rolled his
kind of-
ankle.
you manage to kind of twist his leg as he goes down, and he just goes ah as he hits the ground, and then you kind of land on top of him. So yes, all right. So we'll address the drunk on the ground first. I would like Lorelai, not Lorelai. I would like Amina, please, to roll. Let's have a look at here what you've got.
I've got lots of stuff.
Indeed. I would like you to roll law medicine, please, for me.
Okay.
Okay, so as Cabernog is sniffing around the unconscious man and barking and yipping, you roll him over, and you kind of see from the dilation of his pupils and the smell on his breath that he probably has been drugged in some way. That something's been slipped into his drink to make him more susceptible. And he is drunk, he's also a bit beyond drunk.
Oh god, he's been roofied.
Pretty much.
Okay. What can I do? What can I do?
Falcon's also with you, by the way.
Empty
need
his
help.
pockets.
No, Falcon's not doing that right now.
Yeah. Ermita will say he's drunk, but he's also been drugged, and Ermita's gonna try and figure out a way to kind of rouse him a little bit. I'm trying to think of what I could have that could help.
You have like
to
any
his head.
smelling salts or something like that?
Yeah, I was going to say, with that kind of roll, you'll realize that it's something that should pretty easily be able to be shifted off of him, either with some smelling salts or something, anything that'll really kind of just raise his heart rate and give him a jolt. So if you've got anything that kind of basically is like a wake-up drug or anything,
I've got no
I mean,
cooking
caffeine.
slap. Does that count?
caffeine would be the obvious one in a modern setting, but
I've got, like, I wrote down I have raw herbs for poultices. Some of those probably don't smell the best. I have a healing
Yeah,
draught,
you
which does not smell pretty at all.
yeah, you could definitely use one of those, and he'll if you use anything like that, he'll kind of snap to you after a few moments. It's just kind of, oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh.
Turn left, guys. I'm on the right side.
He kind of doesn't really know which side is left or right, so you'll.
She's
need to
gonna
kind of
roll
just
him
roll him
left.
over.
She's rolling him the direction to
He
Ralph.
will divest himself of his of whatever he's consumed that evening, kind of into the gutter nearby. And Thomas, you will catch up with Aldemar basically as the assailant goes sprawling, and then has Aldemar land on the back of him and put a hammer on the back of his neck. And as you arrive and the cloak has come away from him, you'll realize that he's a relatively young man. Barely looks old enough to shave. Probably only just older than Wen, honestly. Just sort of dirty with crime and and wearing patched and shabby clothing, and he's kind of wriggling a little bit, trying to get away, but rather unsuccessfully with the pressure of a hammer on the back of his neck. He's
You
like,
made a lot of mistakes here, friend. We got into nefarious business at night, failed to properly listen to a watchman's commands, and you made me run.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Mean to what?
I have a nice, friendly conversation. Because we knew there's two ways. The easy way, or the easy way. Either you tell us now, or we torture you until you tell us, so anyway is easy for us.
Please don't torture me. I saw him, and he was coming out of the inn, and he looked really, really drunk, and I thought if I could get him back to where I'm staying, then maybe when he passed out, I could take what coins he had.
Okay.
Thomas, hey, sounds like me, like someone who wants to be tortured.
No, please don't. It's the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
You hadn't done anything nefarious yet, then why'd you run the moment I addressed you? Could have just said you were helping a drunk back home. A dumb guard like me would have fallen for it.
And he gets this look on his face like he knows that that's a trap. He's like, I didn't think you believed me.
He's calling you a smart guard.
We're gonna see what our fellow watchmen have to say, and I'm bringing you to the Sarge.
Oh, please let me go. I didn't do anything. I just
Be grateful you can still walk. I'm gonna drag you walk into the Sarge. You try to run, I'm breaking your kneecaps, and I'm dragging you on the ground to the Sarge.
And keep in mind, he's the nice one.
He's just gonna look up at you, Thomas, and finally realize who you are or what you are, and just kind of go, okay, I won't
It's
run
like
away.
just a little bit of sort of like fire crackle across some of my fingertips as he looks up.
I'd say, Thomas, as tempting as it is, you should probably only burn this one if he tries to get away.
Indeed.
I won't try and get away. I'll be good, I promise.
Get up, you scum.
And he gets up and he pulls his robe back on and kind of looks between you both, but with a sunken head, turns and plods back towards where the rest of the group is.
Do I actually have anything to bind him with? I don't know if we established that.
You don't at this point. You probably
Alright.
get something though.
I got a hand. I can hold the scruff of your neck. Walk.
I was going to say, if we have our gear, I do have some rope.
Oh, rope. Cool. Bind him.
I think, yeah.
I don't think the rope's necessary, but I'm not there.
It's basically just probably quickly bind his wrist behind his back and then just hold onto the other end.
I think it
Yep.
sounds to me like a watchwoman Balor's trying to steal my perk collar, huh?
And he looks
I'm not
really
even there.
Downcast. He looks really downcast as you wrap the rope around his wrists, but he kind of just lets you, like holds his hands out and lets you, and then wanders along as you take him back. And by this point, the Sarge has rounded the corner and come along, and he's standing over Amina and the rest of you as the drunk pukes in the gutter, and he shakes his head and tuts and just, get up, son. Look at you. You're making a disgrace to yourself. And the drunk will groan and lift his head a little bit. What?
Mina's going to lean over towards the sergeant and say quietly, he's drunk, but he's also been drugged, so he doesn't really know
Drugged?
what's going on.
What makes you say drugged? You some kind of apothecary, Missy?
Yes. I was.
And the sergeant blinks. Really? Huh.
She cooks some mean cocaine.
What makes you say this one's drugged rather than just had too much ale?
Because I know the signs.
Huh. You drugged some people in your time, eh?
I know about medicine. And poison. She's gonna smile sweetly.
Oh, that's good to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's gonna look up at Aldemar and Thomas. And what's this then?
This is Aldemar's first catch of the day.
Aldemar, are you looking very proud of yourself? Because Armina's gonna see the size of the child. Go,
Innocent people don't run.
and go, oh, so you've captured a Wen. Must have been really hard for you to catch.
To be fair, he did run faster than Wen does.
But it's a Wen. It's a small, scraggly
it was-
child.
It wasn't difficult. It was mostly enabled by me not tripping and falling.
What's this then? Is
This
this
is
the
the perp.
perp? Is the one that drugged this one?
I reckon so, Sarge.
And the young
No,
man
he did confess.
shakes his head. I didn't drug him. He was like this. I found him. I was just gonna. You were just gonna what, lad? You were just gonna mug him for his coin, his hard-earned dosh. And the young man kind of falls silent. Turn out your pockets. And then the young man kind of looks at the sergeant, and then looks at Thomas and Aldemar, and then looks down at his hands.
I don't think he has pockets, Sarge.
He's tied up.
Yeah.
But if he
Sergeant-
does,
So
You can't
just
get
pull
to
at the
them.
knot and yeah, just gonna quickly pull at the knot and let the rope fall loose. Keep a hold of him.
And yeah, so the young man will sort of reach in under the robes and he'll turn out his pockets, and he's gonna have a handful of coppers and a couple of shillings in there, sort of no more than a handful of change. He will have a couple of pieces of kind of stale bread, a rusted and pitted old key, and a pair of very shoddy patched leather gloves. And the sergeant will step over and look through it all. And he'll examine it. I don't see any drugs here. And he looks at Aldemar and Thomas. Did he drop anything while you were chasing him?
I thought I saw Sarge.
Did he resist you when you tried to catch him?
He did. Not violently, but he kept trying to scurry away like a rat.
Oh.
And I don't like rats.
Carbonog's just like, yay, rat!
Yeah, the mention of rats, Cabernog is going to kind of bounce up and down on his back legs and just go, "Arrgh."
Well said, well said, Watchman Carabanog.
And the sergeant will bend down and he'll scoop up the various bits and pieces and put them into a pouch at his waist. And then he'll reach over and he'll grab the lad's collar, nodding to you, Thomas. All right. Well, we got no proof that he's the one who drugged this lad, but resisting arrest is a crime. So I'll be taking him back to the watch house. You continue your patrol. Just keep making your way down the streets. I'll catch up with you all in a little while once I've processed this on.
Very well, Sarge. We'll continue making the rounds.
And he'll nod to you, and as the young man protests, and I didn't do anything, he'll kind of just gruffly tell him to shut up and drag him off down the street.
Ermina, like, as soon as the Sarge is out of the way, Ermina is going to look at Aldemar and say, "Are you happy with yourself?"
We exacted justice.
You
Really, I figured that would be the opposite of what your new criminal mastermind would want.
Oh, right.
You
I'm
Ca-
facilitating trust with the upper echelons.
you caught a young boy Wen's age who was
I caught
trying...
a thief.
Yeah, you did.
The way you word it is like it's designed to make me look like a dick.
You are.
As I would say, so far you've tackled a young boy and murdered a young woman. So your interactions
There's
with
a lot more
humans have
people.
been pretty bad.
In Aldemar's defense, the boy did profess to wanting to rob this man.
He did.
You could also, one could put it that way. One could also say, I killed the accomplice of a murderous witch, and brought a thief to justice.
I like my way
If
better.
you're trying to put yourself in a very decent light, sure you could. But
Resisting arrest is a crime in Ubersreich.
Resisting arrest is a crime everywhere.
yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
a crime everywhere.
Oh yeah, no. Even if he did absolutely nothing wrong, like he was just, putting a drunk along, him running from us when we announced ourselves is a crime in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well,
Has the drunk
When
come
you
to
have-
it all, or is he still just?
here's the thing. You have to think for a moment, and I know it's hard for you, Aldemar. I know it's really hard, but just work with me here on this one. You have a group of men that are at least a good foot or two taller than you, coming at you, and Lorelai, you look like a guy, sorry, in that instance, coming down a dark alley.
The hell I do.
In a dark alley, you're taller than me.
Glorious flowing.
You're
locks.
taller. Look at Aldemar here.
There are a lot of men with glorious flowing locks.
Glorious flowing Vegeta hair.
Right,
group
guys.
of
There's
men
still this
coming
guy
at
over
you.
here.
Has
You
that
know,
to do
the
one piece
drunk
of about this
guy.
dude?
Yeah, but we don't really care about him.
Yeah, I mean he's sort of sitting upright now and nursing his head, and kind of he's stopped vomiting now, so he's not in any immediate danger of death.
Well, I guess that's better though. Okay.
I'm curious as to what's going on. Who is this guy? Why was he drunk?
Ermina could
Oh,
ask him what's the last
continue.
thing he remembers.
Go with that.
I thought I exercised great caution and restraint with that. He's still alive and his legs still work.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fair for most thieves.
You wanted to say something, Hellion?
The situation is already over, but I believe Tarsin actually succeeded on the intuition test when we were intuitioning Rudy.
Yes.
We still proceeded on. Its situation was already ongoing, so we passed that by. But Tarsin got a critical success
Yep.
back there.
And he got told what he figured out.
Yep.
You know, good to know.
Yeah, no, I did address that one.
Yep.
Yes, but
Nothing
yeah,
to say that the charge just didn't really give a shit about that.
I will allow everyone to roll another intuition roll.
I didn't even get the first one.
Well, that was your choice not to roll at that point.
No, I mean I wasn't in the room.
Well,
Oh,
that was your choice not to be in the
initiative.
room at that point.
That's my intuition. Well, it's the same roll, so
Nope.
doesn't matter.
All right.
Hey, intuition something.
All right. You see, Erwin and Lorelai especially noticed that once everything was done and dusted and you had a perp in hand, the Sarge seemed a lot more willing to take this on board as a potential crime.
Trying to keep those numbers up. Got it.
Mm.
Either that or he's a lazy man, and he's quite willing to let us do the work and just take the credit for it.
Well, he is quite a portly son bitch.
Mhm.
He didn't want to run. He's an old sergeant. I sympathize.
Ermina's going to ask the drunk who's nursing his head if what he could tell us about the last thing he can remember before waking up. To vomit.
I was drinking. I was drinking at the Crooked Hammer, and I was. Hey, you're pretty.
Focus.
I was playing some dice, and I was doing really well, and I was. Hey, where's my purse?
Long
And
gone.
he starts patting himself. Oh, my head hurts. I want to go home.
Do you remember where
Maybe
your
my purse
home
isn't home.
is?
Yeah, it's on Butcher Street.
Yeah. Be a good drunk. Stumble home. Sleep it off.
Okay. If you see my purse, could you let me know?
Of course we will.
He'll kind of stagger to his feet and then start heading off down the road, heading in the direction he was originally going.
By nameless man that we do not know your name of, other than you were gambling in an inn.
The
Bye.
Crooked Hammer. He's also probably not going to remember this night either.
Nope. Nameless man that lives down Butcher Street. Totally not gonna return that purse when we find it.
I mean, Tyson already has it, so.
Probably.
I didn't get nothing.
Before we continue up Troll, Erwin would like to prove that the thief tried to escape and see if he did throw away something.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, Aldemar caught him basically at the end of the street and just around the corner, so there's not far to examine if you all want to kind of just spread out and check just in case he did manage to toss something aside in the fray.
There with some drugs on him, then Ermina might be interested.
Yeah. I'll get you all to.
I didn't find anything.
You need to
Roll
kick
perception.
your habit, Ermina.
I'll kick something.
Oh, yeah, anybody who's searching can roll perception.
I'll go ahead and help. Fuck it. I don't see shit.
We're rolling more fumbling failures in this entire session than we have in 3 weeks worth of sessions.
It's insane, yeah.
We have rolled more fumbling failures this session than we have successes of any flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. So Thomas and Amina, you'll have a good search around between sort of some planks and some barrels that are off down that route, and you'll see like the scuff marks left on the pavement from where muddy boots were running and things like that. And while you do find a few bits and pieces, you find some bottle corks and a couple of what look like ragged cigarette ends and bits and pieces like that. You do not find a purse. You do not find any drugs of any sort.
Hey guys, I found a rock.
Lorelei did find a rock. It's a very nice rock.
It's now her rock.
It is her rock, yes.
Add it to the inventory.
Pet rock.
But yes, between what Aldemar said and having a good search down the alley, you think that the kid was telling the truth. He didn't throw anything away. He didn't manage to get anything off this guy. He just tried to opportunistically redirect him and steal his shit, which failed.
Uh-huh.
Let's continue the patrol then.
Indeed. And you do continue making your way around the streets, and as you sort of as you make your way through the docks and then out to the marketplace and up through the slums, you will notice that you are watched by the various denizens of the alleys as you pass, but none of them sort of make any attempt to come towards you or follow you or anything like that. And as the bell strikes quarter way through your shift, the sergeant will emerge out of a side street and come and join you again, smiling broadly. And he claps Aldemar on the shoulder as he rejoins you. Well, that was well done, all of you. You caught that thief? What the hell?
We caught the thief.
Hang on sorry, hang on a second. Something's fucking up here.
Your guidance and fearless leadership. I think that venal criminal might have slipped away.
Well done, lad. The watch works together. I'm glad to see that you're getting that. And he nods to all of you. So, anything come up while I was gone?
Apparently, the guy who was drugged at an inn called the Crooked Hammer. Do you know anything about it?
And it's another one of the dockside drinking houses. Ale's a bit watery. They tend to like their dice there, but they do some good for folks. They run a soup kitchen. Make sure that the real poor uns and the orphans and that have always got something to eat. Why? You think they're involved with this?
Just curious. I'm not from here, so I don't know too much about the various inns, drinking establishments, what have you. Didn't know if it had any flavor or reputation.
What she said.
Those of you who are from Ubersreich can roll.
Or Reikland.
Yeah, if you've got anything along those lines. Or you can just roll intelligence to know if you'd heard anything about that in the past.
I got lower local.
That would work.
Nope. I mean, it
nothing.
doesn't know
Barely
anything.
Anything worked. Nope, I know nothing.
Let's see. I
I'm
have
pretty sure I
Laura,
should have.
I have Laura Reikland, so that works.
Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah.
Hey! So Aldemar and Theobald both will have heard of the Crooked Hammer in the past. Aldemar will have actually heard of it in that in and around the Temple of Sigmar, it's suggested that the cult of Ranald actually operates out of the Crooked Hammer. That basically that's one of the fronts for the Temple of Ranald. And Theobald will have heard pretty much similar. Just that, for those who follow the trickster god, they seem to have a lot of luck when they're gambling at the Crooked Hammer.
How unfortunate.
It's not known for being a place where people get, I'll say, it's not known for people getting drugged and kicked out of there or anything like that, though. I won't say that they don't get grifted there because, after all, Ranald.
Of course not. Followers of Ranald, as vile as they are usually smarter than that.
They're good
Indeed.
drinking friends, though.
They don't shit where they eat.
There's that whole honor among thieves thing.
Yes, they have their so-called code of honor. And they think that makes them better than a group of up-jumped thieves.
And the Sarge will shrug his shoulders. They keep to themselves. They don't cause fights or problems. There's no need to rumble them. Unless you do think that this lad was drugged by one of them. But we got no real proof, only what the word of a drunk says.
And we don't got drunk anymore, so
Did you get his name?
Nope, he didn't
Yeah.
even let me ask his name. He said he lived on Butcher Street. That's all I know.
Well,
That and I'm pretty. That's about it.
I think the most sensible way to pursue this investigation is to raid the Crooked Hammer.
No.
that sounds like a terrible idea. Let's not do that.
I think we can leave it for tonight. The thief is caught, and if there's someone operating that sort of trickery out of the hammer, well, they're gonna slip up again. We'll just keep an eye on them. And he'll set off walking the rounds with you again. And the rest of the night is relatively quiet. You come across a lot more drunks, especially around midnight as the bells ring and the taverns start to empty out, and those people who aren't staying in them start heading home. And the streets are ringing with the celebratory cheers and singing of drunks making their way from tavern to home. There are a few minor scuffles that you are able to break up simply by showing up and wading in with your armbands in place. The sergeant displays quite a booming voice as he orders people to break it up and head on home before he starts knocking heads together. And as the sun starts to peek over the horizon in the east, you realize that the night has indeed finished and you are released, taken back to the Watch Fortress in the center of the city, and told that you've done a good night for your first night. It's not usual for a fresh patrol to make a collar on their first night. You done good. You're dismissed. Meet you here just before sundown tomorrow. Or tonight. Just before sundown tonight. And get your heads down and rest as much as you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, Sarge.
You
Caught
nearly had
yourself.
me there, lad. And yeah, so he'll see you all off, and then he'll head off to his own sort of place of rest.
Aldemar would actually like to try to follow after him.
Okay.
Hey, Sarge.
He'll pause and turn around.
I've had some time to think about various things that have happened this evening.
Aye, lad.
Aldemar will look around a little bit. You should. Sarge, what was going on with you just a few years ago, before everything in the city changed?
I was doing my duty, walking the beat, keeping an eye out on things, keeping an ear to the ground.
You're a lifer in this job.
Aye.
So you were keeping the street. So there would have been a time when you were keeping the streets safe for people other than the current people.
I gets my orders from whoever's up on the rock. Whoever's rightfully in charge of Ubersreich.
Sarge, you strike me as a man who doesn't talk much. but who knows a lot more, and sees a lot more than he says. And I don't think you're the kind to talk without purpose. So I don't think you'd bring up previous inhabitants of the rock without reason.
You're a clever one, lad. And he'll look around and make sure there's nobody else nearby. There's still sympathizers in the city. It goes without saying, really. But there's those who sympathize and were clever enough to keep their mouths shut.
They're the
But
only
there's-
ones that can still flap their lips, aren't they?
Aye. Captain's a sweet girl, but she thinks the halls have been swept clean.
You know better.
Hmm.
I know it's the thing that you can't prove. We can't throw around accusations. But I think you know. But both know there's a lot more that people know than what they say.
Aye. And I'm just
Anyone
saying. So you going, lad?
Is there anyone who's talked a bit about the people that used to be on the rock? I used to be Sarge. I made a mistake. That wound me up here. But after I serve my time, I've still got friends. I've got connections. I've got a career I want to look after outside the watch once I've done my duty. And that all could get ruined. Wrong accusation. So I need to know. So I don't want to spend my time getting mixed up with those kind of people. Whatever I personally.
Smart of you to keep your eyes open like that. I'll say this. I got my suspicions. I kept my position in the watch for a reason. But even an old man can't see or hear everything. And there are those who I don't know if they're still looking for sympathizers or not. I'm just saying. If anyone comes to you, let your Sarge know. And I'll look out for you, lad.
What's the life expectancy on snitches in the watch?
Depends if they find out who's done the snitching or not.
Follow. Evening, Sarge. Well, I guess morning, more accurately.
Morning.
Okay,
So
well.
nods and off you go, and he heads off in the other direction. And yeah, so you're all left to your own devices once more. There's obviously food on in the mess in the watch house if that's what you want. You can choose to go and get breakfast elsewhere if you don't want unidentified brown. And you can just kind of rest and get ready for the next night, unless there's something specifically that you want to do during the daytime.
I was about to say, would I be able to go shopping and pick up a couple of things?
Sure.
I'd like to go poking around the barracks.
Mhm.
People and seeing just what happens. I need to decide I need to figure out how exactly I'm going to play this.
All right. Not a problem. So yeah, you'll When you make your way back into the barracks, once again, you'll see that there's a fair few watchmen around, though certainly, especially compared to Altdorf, the number is just not as many as you would expect for a city this large. And once again, you will notice that quite significantly, even in the bunks, the Altdorfers will take one end of the room, the Ubersreichers take the other end of the room, and they really don't mix. A lot of the Ubersreichers are younger men, though you will see a couple who are older, or Sarge's age or older. And the Altdorfers range in all sorts of ages, from very young to very old. All of them, though, as you pass, will look at you with sneers and expressions of general derision.
Okay. We're going to need to keep an eye on everyone here to do our jobs properly and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to attempt something that may or may not work.
Making friends.
Correct. This usually fails, but I'm gonna try to make friends with people that would normally be quite difficult to make friends with, but I think we need to try to get ears on the inside.
Fair point.
All right.
So I'll speak to you later. God, you bunch of uneducated, dire cretins. I swear, just listening to you talk makes the air around me even more choked by your crassness and ignorance. Get out of my face. Where's Reikland?
Oh, you're playing. You're playing at being an Altdorfer.
You don't really have the right accent. Or smell.
Face. I'll head over to the Altdorfers.
All right, and they'll.
There, I'm new here. And yeah, mostly seems to be a bunch of disorganized rabble. It says you're from Altdorf. How'd you get sent? I'm curious how you got sent so far to such a disgusting cesspit.
And one of the Altdorfers is smoking on his bunk, and he looks you over and sneers. Got nicked for trying to pick some pockets, didn't I? Told I had a choice. I'd either dance the gibbet or I'd come down here.
Oh.
Wish I'd taken the friggin' rope.
That's so. Oh god. Make one small mistake and you have to spend several years with a bunch of idiot rural bumpkins. Is that it?
Yep.
God. I sympathize greatly.
What did you do to end up here?
Oh god. Just punched a fool who deserved it. They got me on inciting a riot.
In Altdorf.
I'm one of the few unlucky bastards that had to be made an example of.
It mustn't have been a Tuesday. Everybody knows you start a riot on a Tuesday.
Oh. And they didn't get. Hell, the thing is, they didn't get me on nothing I actually deserved it for.
Ha! Sounds about right. They're just trying to fill this shithole.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Altdorfer will sort of generally make conversation with you.
I'm old, incidentally.
Hey, I'm Ken, and he'll give you his hand to shake. And as I said, we'll sort of carry on conversation with you, offer you a rather shoddy-looking home-rolled tobacco cigarette.
Nothing but the best stuff in this shithole.
Yeah. This is my home stash. Ain't got much left.
I don't like. Oh. I don't like going favors, but I do like tobacco.
So yeah, he'll, as I said, sort of respond quite positively. The more you denigrate Ubersreich, the more he'll seem to sort of laugh and join in, and eventually a few of the other Altdorfers will kind of get on board with this, and you'll soon find yourself in a small knot of red and blue, quite
Mhm.
merrily making fun of the bumpkins around them, and laughing about the poor state of the whores in the area, and how little they have to pay for a good tumble and things like that. And I'll switch over now to what Lorelei wanted to buy, just real quick.
By the way, I know I forgot to mention this firsthand, but Talkin,
Okay.
please look after Win.
Hey, Win, have you learned? Do you know how to gamble?
Yes.
No.
You're about to learn.
Learn how to count cards. So yeah, what were you wanting to buy?
Was looking to find that boiled leather that we talked about earlier.
Oh yeah. Okay, that will be fair enough. It won't actually take long because boiled leather's not going to be that difficult to find. There's quite a number of leather workers in in Ubersreich, not Altdorf, and yeah, so it'll just be a matter of sort of going out and finding one that's open, and you'll be able to get some put together and purchased if that's what you're after, if you've got the money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you gambled on yourself.
Yep.
Oh, I should have bought something with that money.
They
Oh.
left it in Mermina's house.
Hey, you can always come and get it from me.
Yep.
It's
Next night.
down.
Let's say now I don't have any money.
Yay!
I mean, I've got like a little bit, but like not what I would consider enough.
Yeah,
Oh well,
that's fair.
teaching Win how to play cards is more important at the moment.
And
Alright.
so yeah, if we can teach Win how to fucking gamble and grift, then we got our third.
Ermina's going to stop by Cordelia's on the way home and
Yep.
just have a short talk with her.
Okay, not a problem. Do you want to do that now or off to the side?
We can do it now.
Okay, yep. So yeah, when you stop in, Cordelia will look up from where she's busy mixing some potions and give you a smile. Amina,
Cordelia, how are you? I hope you found some uses for some of the stuff I've brought.
indeed I have, dear. I've been doing some research into the herbs that you've and the mushrooms that you bought, and they're quite interesting. What can I do for you today, my love?
I was going to see if you needed any small errands run. She'll take a brief minute to kind of explain how her shifts are working since she got sequestered to deal with 2 priests in all this stuff.
Oh dear, dealing with priests. Are you sure you have the time to be running errands, dear? Surely you must need to rest if you have another patrol tonight.
I can run a short errand and then get a good few hours sleep.
Oh, if you could stop by the markets for me, I have some ingredients that I need, but I've got some clients coming soon for a treatment, so I won't have the time to nip out and get them.
Do you have a list, or is it an order that's just ready to be picked up?
Absolutely, I have a list, and she'll sort of hurry aside and get you a very neatly handwritten list and a small purse of money. This should be plenty, and if there's any left over, get yourself a pastry from one of the bakeries or something.
She's gonna nod her head. Pastries. Sounds so good right now.
Well, if you're going to be if you're going to be patrolling the streets with the watch, you need to keep your strength up, dear. You need to have something nourishing in your belly.
More nourishing than brown something that might resemble nutrition.
I've heard that the food in the watch house is not the best.
They were quite right in that one. I'm glad that I can actually stay in my own apartment.
Indeed, I can't imagine living in those barracks. Oof.
That's horrible. But I'll be back in, give me about, it's an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'll be back with your stuff. Give you enough time to deal with the appointment with your clients.
Of course. Thank you, my dear. I'll see you soon.
Alright. And I'll go to the market and get what she needs.
Yep. And everything she needs is pretty easy. It's just going to involve going to a few different stalls to try and get the various bits and pieces, and there will be a few shillings left over to enable you to get a couple of pastries from one of the bakeries, in fact.
Ooh, pastries. I'm going to...
So you
can get a couple pastries, and I'm gonna stop at one of the meat things and get a little bit of meat. How much is the... I don't even know. Sitting here looking at the consumer's guide, it's like, food. That's for one day's 10.
No biting.
Okay.
Lorelai, still trying to eat the halfling.
Okay.
Sometimes I get bored. Things happen.
It says...
Yeah, basically there'll be enough to get yourself a couple of pastries, and there'll be like 2 shillings left over in change.
I guess it says food groceries for a day is 10 pennies, so I could spend that, get the food and groceries for the house for the day, which is like a meal because everybody's gonna be passed out, and a little bit of meat for Garbanog, and that'll be it. And that should still leave me a shilling and a half extra.
Alrighty. No problems. And Wen is going to try learning how to gamble. Wen learns how to gamble.
Yay!
I'm sorry I can't be there to maintain your moral purity, but I need to become a criminal mastermind.
Well, I'm helping him in your stead then.
Well, that was initiative, not intelligence. God damn it. Well, anyway, that still would have passed the intelligence roll. So, yeah. So he learned some basic card games and seems to pick them up quite easily. So, at the very least, you can play cards with him while you're on a trip now, if you're doing any traveling or anything like that. And does anybody else want to do anything before you go to sleep? I'm going to take it then that means Theobald and Owen have both passed out.
Same for Thomas.
Thomas is also asleep.
Anything
So yes.
we want to bother with?
Alright. No problems. So yeah, you'll all make your way to your various places where you rest. Aldemar, you will have been invited to move your kit over to the outdoor side of the room if you choose to do so.
Ask, of course. So, last thing, God, I think as if I'm going to voluntarily sleep alongside these cretins.
And again, he's probably looking at Thornbucket as he's going over and said, "Please watch over Wen." And Tolson's just gonna give 2 thumbs up and have a deck of cards in his hand at the same time.
Yes, you watch over Wen. I'll be forever grateful. Don't let anything bad happen to him. Out of my way, Stunty.
So, Win, have you ever played dice?
No.
Oh, we have so much to teach you.
Is this another tall thing?
Surprisingly, no.
I was gonna say, no, not really. It's just kind of
Uh,
a me thing.
It's a run-out thing.
Oh. Also, you things are very scary, Miss Lorelei. No offense.
None taken.
So yes, after learning his card games, Wen will tuck himself up into bed and go for a nap. It's been a very long night for a very young boy. And yeah, the day will pass. The barracks, thankfully, at least have quite heavy drapes over the windows, so they are kept relatively dark and quiet, so those who are on the night patrols can get some sleep. And you'll be woken by a bell just before sundown. There's those of you in the barracks have access to a small washroom with basically a trough of cold water where you can splash yourselves and freshen your face and hands before you go out and get something to eat if you wish, or you start gearing up to get ready for your patrol for the evening.
So now Talson's probably wishing he was not dealing with the barracks food and
Pretty much. But then again, it's either that or nothing, so.
nobody actually, neither Lorelei or Talson actually asked if they could just board up in Ermina and Theobald's home, other than Thomas.
I think for halflings, if it's a choice between dying and eating bad food, it's a tough call.
Yeah.
Well, my whole thing is I kind of assumed probably wasn't welcome because once again, kind of bled everywhere last. And I may or may not have hucked the halfling into one of your walls.
Yes, but neither of you asked.
Yeet the halfling.
To be fair, Talcon failed to overstay his welcome. That's that night.
How far could Lorelei punt a halfling if she wanted to?
If he
I'm
hadn't
gonna
have
go to
tuck and
the-
rolled through the wall.
I had a fumble and she had a critical, so yeah, it's pretty far.
All right.
I
Well,
want to figure that out using the game rules one day. How far can you yeet the halfling?
It wasn't yeeting, it was punting.
that would have been a. Well, in my head, he was trying to hold on one of my arms, and then I just whipped him across the room.
No, okay, fine, it is a yeet.
This bitch empty. Yeet. But anyway, yes. So you all assemble outside the watch fortress that evening, and eventually the sergeant will roll up, a tankard in his hand. You're not entirely sure where he's gotten it from, but he's just finishing it as he approaches, and he looks you all over and grins. You're all on time. Good, good. I like a punctual crew.
Hermina's gonna have brought a little bit of food along of what was left over from the day's groceries and milk for people that don't want brown stuff.
But brown is good for you. Brown will put hair on your chest.
Yeah.
Ermina's gonna look down at
her. Brown.
Ermina's gonna look down at her chest and say, I don't want hair there.
A layer of hair will keep you warm in winter.
It's
That's
highly
what clothes are
flammable.
for.
The hair is flammable or the brown is flammable?
Both.
Yes.
All of the above.
I did actually test that brown could be used as a replacement fuel for my lantern.
I'm not going to lie, you could possibly set a bowl of it on fire and use it as a makeshift Molotov, yes.
Will keep me warm.
But anyway, yes. So yeah, Sergeant Rudy will finish his tankard of ale, and he'll look you all up and down and then kind of make a roll-out gesture and just, alright, let's get going. And he'll head you out, walking out and down the streets of Ubersreich. And much as I had the night before, though this time he'll take you on a slightly different route, this one doesn't take you along the docks, he'll basically walk you through the streets and, again, discuss sort of areas where areas where various horrifying crimes have occurred. Some of the places where the various gangs, especially the Low Havens, are known to congregate. And this is one instance where he will say, "And we do not mess with this. We do not mess with the Low Havens."
Ermina is just
Basically-
going to give Telson a slightly sideways look because he asked if she was a Low Haven the other night.
There are enough of them, and they've got enough muscle that even if we mustered the whole watch, they could make life uncomfortable for us.
Very, very so.
Them up on the rock know this. This is an order from on high. I'm pretty sure there's an agreement in place. Low Havens don't mess with the watch don't mess with the Low Havens. Is that clear?
Rapid fire clicking, yes.
I'm just gonna give a curt nod.
Yes, we will selectively uphold imperial laws when it concerns this particular halfling gang. I am entirely supportive of this.
Who is rapid fire clicking?
Roll perception for me, please, Aldemar.
Damn it. I hope that reveals who's clicking.
I know who's clicking.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, seeing as he fumbled his roll so quite badly, you are definitely going to notice the very piercing look that Sergeant Rudy gives you when you make that comment, Aldemar. And
How are
then
we
he'll
supposed
just nod and give you a smile.
How are we supposed to recognize Low Haven from troublemaking halflings?
And he'll the sergeant will nod to Talcon. This one will be able to tell, won't you, lad?
Yep.
But for the rest of yous, the Low Havens will generally tend to have a something green on their left lapel. Usually a pin or a brooch or something in the shape of a leaf or a flower or something decorative, like their mother would give them.
Are we allowed to have Watchman Thornpocket deal with the halflings? Can we have a halfling on halfling fight?
Talcon is not. Talcon is going to back away at that and say no. No.
If you want to see a halfling on halfling fight, head out to the Tin Spur. They've well, there's any manner of fights out there. Man, beast, bear baiting. Hell, they even have a wolf out there.
I'm sorry, what now?
That got Lorelai's attention.
Yeah.
Those freaking bears, how dare they exist on our land?
And the sergeant will look over at Lorelai. The Spur, haven't you heard?
I have not. Enlighten me, please.
Huh. Well, that's the town fighting establishment. Outside the southern knoll gate was built out there because the old lady Jungfreud was a bit delicate when it came to blood sports. Didn't want them in her city. So they built one just outside, just near the flesh market. And it's a fighting pit. It's an arena. They have bear baiting. They have dog fights, and they claim that they've got a wolf. Say it's all the way from Kislev. They say.
Ah, yes, Kislev, of course. I know where that is.
You ever need
Do I
money?
know where that is?
Very far north.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, voice in my head.
You're muted again, Altor.
It's fantasy Russia.
Yeah,
I was
gonna
going to say more like
fantasy
Siberia, but
yeah. But yes,
I think we might need to extend the influence of the Watch.
in the lore of this world, the Kislevites do ride bears.
Sweet.
Really?
yes.
Yeah.
We need to be friends with
Lorelei.
those guys.
Lorelei's gonna be friends with those guys. Yep.
Well, if you're looking for money, Lorelei, I imagine the patrons would pay a lot of money for Wolf versus Wolf Girl.
And
know-
the sergeant's gonna kind of look at Lorelei. Oh,
Yeah.
so you started the fight.
Ermina's gonna give Sarge, you really thought Aldemar was the one that was gonna be able to incite a riot.
I mean, look at our group. If one of us was gonna start a fight, which one was it gonna be? Obviously
Wait.
the halfling. But
Wait,
only
what are-
slightly second would have been me.
Wait, what are we talking about here?
Oh,
And the sergeant's gonna look at Aldemar. The riot you were arrested for. It
Yeah, of
started.
course.
It started when the wolf girl backed down from a fight.
Hey, back down from a fight, nothing.
I don't
Technically
remember
withdrew.
that. I must have gotten
Huh?
hit in the head pretty hard during all that rioting.
How deeply did you sleep the other night, Aldemar?
I don't know. I'm now very confused.
speaking of Lorelei, how's your side feeling?
Yeah, so far so good. No more poultices. Definitely no
I-
fire.
and Wen's gonna look around in confusion and then go, "There was really a fight?"
There was a huge riot.
And
Half
poor-
the town almost burned down.
Let's say at that point, I'm going to look at Wynn, smile, and say, "Yeah, want to see my scar?"
Oh God, she's gonna lift her robe and her furs.
What?
Here it goes.
You went out to destroy. You actually went out destroying the peace of the city. You vile heathen.
And that Lorelei's probably gonna be like, "Look at my scar," and flash everybody.
I'm totally gonna show Wynn my scar.
At this moment, the Sarge is just gonna be chuckling. He's just kind of watching this go down with an expression of extreme amusement on his face.
Hermita's gonna look at Sarge. See what we deal with? And this is why I muzzled him.
I see.
I feel so betrayed, but mostly still confused.
So,
Try not to worry about it too much, Aldemar.
Don't you worry your pretty little head.
I'm dropping a meteor on you. You disturb the
Right.
peace of the Empire, you're an enemy of Sigmar.
right. Let's leave the meteors till later. We have a patrol to get on with.
I love how everyone so far has just dismissed the possibility of meteor from him.
Admittedly, I've never actually done it, so it's completely reasonable to assume I can't actually do it. Technically, I'm not certain I can do it. I just assume I can.
Actually, as a wizard, I'm quite certain that you can. I also know that if you did, it would breach the peace in a very significant way.
I would say, I also doubt that because you claim to be a wizard, but so far all I've seen is a glowing leg. That one time you fell down.
And that was your leg. You had to
Don't
lift
make me
up your
clap a hand.
robe.
Don't make me clap a hand on your shoulder. You will regret it.
Anyway, carrying on. You are led out on patrol by the by the sergeant, or continuing on the patrol with the sergeant. And yes, he does mention that yes, if you are in the mood to fight and you would like to get in on some legitimate blood sports, that the God damn it. That the Tin Spur is the place to go. And yeah, as you continue wandering your way around the city, Again, it's very similar to the night before. You encounter some drunks who are wandering about the streets. You either steer them on their way or basically guide them into the nearest, basically dross house so that they can collapse for the night. And as the evening winds on, I will get you all to once again roll perception for me, please.
Sweet.
Let's see how many times we fail.
All of it.
All of them.
6 out of 7.
There's nothing I can't see. Yes,
There's
exactly.
everything.
I can't see it. Goddamn thing.
He just runs into a wall.
You can't even see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
It's not that good.
It's like,
Okay,
the reason why they love it is because they're being paid to.
That and
Theobald,
sugar.
Lorelei, and Amina, you will all smell rather than see something. Now, the smell of smoke obviously carries through the air on a night like this, even though the weather is relatively clear and it's quite late in the year. There are still cooking fires going. But you smell more smoke than usual. You smell a lot of smoke.
Wasn't me.
God damn it, Thomas.
And as you sort of head through the Marktplatz and keep patrolling, you realize that there is a lot of sound coming from a few streets over, and a hellish orange glow is starting to light up the sky.
Ermina's going to nudge the sergeant and point at the orange sky and say, I believe there's a fire.
That wasn't me.
Oh. So there is. And he's going to turn and look at Thomas. You know anything about this wizard?
I've been with you the entire time. You would probably have noticed if I set a building on fire.
I don't know how wizards work.
You would have heard him saying something first, probably. I think.
Saying
I think that's
something-
how it works.
Saying something, doing something, slight fiery glow, and possible maniacal cackling. I'm not sure about the last one. I don't really pay attention to myself.
This case
Last
would be a
time-
lot easier if we presume the wizard's guilt.
Last time his leg started glowing. There was no fire. His leg just glowed.
Yeah, plus he typically explodes when he tries to set things on fire. I don't think it was him.
He's not a very good wizard.
Name one time. Oh, that's fair.
How about we go to the scene?
Actually, no, I
It's-
can't think of a single time
Okay.
Thomas has successfully blown something up without adverse side effects.
I set fire to the inn perfectly fine.
Well, as
torch.
well, if you want to go and look at the pretty flames, we can go. But putting out fires isn't the duty of the watch.
What if it's arson?
Do you have reason to think it's arson?
Well, we have no reason to think anything unless we go and inspect it.
Fair point.
If you insist.
I vote let's go
Okay,
help.
in that
Risk
direction.
walking pace towards fire.
Well, it is an excuse to walk up on a scene and go, "What's all this then?"
And if nothing's amiss that we can have anything to do with, then we'll carry on with our patrols.
He will, turn in that direction and start making his way there. If any of you want to go faster, then he's certainly not going to stop you.
It's
But once
fine.
again,
I'm
he
already
doesn't
going
seem
faster.
entirely hurried.
Yeah, we should probably
I'm trying
hurry
to say,
and go fast.
once again,
Try and-
risk walking pace.
Try and
I
stop
was
me
so-
from running. There's fire afoot.
If I was a priest of Manon, there might be something I could do, but I've got nothing I can do, so I'm just gonna walk.
I know how to put out the fire. How's a meteor at it?
Throw a meteorite.
Can't burn if there's nothing to burn.
How
That
is
is a
that
good
supposed to work? I don't know, but it's my solution to most problems.
Anywho, at the scene.
But yes, indeed. So you all eventually make it there. Some of you will make it there faster than others. Those of you who arrive first will find a large crowd milling around about outside a building. This is an interior view of the building.
This is how it
But
looks
there's-
inside hell.
Yeah.
I mean, that.
Trust me, there
House.
is a large crowd milling about outside, sort of looking at the fire, making general noises of disapproval and dismay, but nobody seems to actually be doing anything to stop it. They are just kind of watching as things burn.
I'm assuming if it's bad enough, there isn't really much they can do to stop it.
The fire looks like it's quite intense on the inside, but it hasn't yet taken fully hold, and it hasn't completely destroyed or spread to other buildings. So there is potential to try and do something.
How close are the buildings next to it?
Very close. All of the buildings around here are,
If
basically.
you want to know, it's probably like London before it burned down.
Yeah.
Oh, fun! So we're at the start of the London fire.
A fire could be quite devastating if something's not done.
Yep. Somebody probably should start up like a bucket chain or something. Those
A fire
exist,
wizard.
I believe.
Yeah,
Can
they
you make fire
definitely.
go away?
They definitely do exist, and if you wanted to start one, there's definitely enough people around that if you can harry them into action, it's one of those situations where there's a lot of bystanders, but no one's taking control of the situation yet because they're all kind of waiting for someone else to tell them what to do.
I don't know if Fire Wizard is capable of trying to control the flames to let them not spread, rather than, just making flames bigger.
Okay. I'm going.
Talkin's going to try and get people to work.
I was about to say I'm going to assist Talkin in.
Okay, leadership or intimidate can be used to get a bucket brigade going.
Ooh, intimidate.
Yeah, you can threaten people into doing it.
Threaten people into doing
That's going to work.
Okay.
So if you want to get that, going, okay.
Wow.
Really?
Oh goodness gracious.
Much better.
Okay.
Men, go and
Bye.
carry water. Do as they say, not as I do. Something.
So yeah, the people don't seem to be all that impressed by any impassioned speeches or talks about how Sigma would want them to help their neighbors lest their own buildings burn down or things like that. But Lorelei basically picking up buckets and shoving them into people's hands and yelling at them to get water now starts getting a bucket brigade going. So you will see people starting to array themselves down the road towards the nearest horse trough, and then there's another bucket line that starts heading off down towards the river, and soon buckets of water are starting to be brought up and thrown on the fire. And
Is
as
there-
people, yep.
Gonna ask if there's anybody inside.
Yes, there is. You can hear screams and shouts of panic coming from inside, and there are people on the outside saying that there is at least a handful of people on the inside of the building.
What a shame they're already dead.
Okay.
Hey Lorelai, you wanna be a hero?
I think it's time to do something stupid o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Good idea. I'll come with you to do stupid things.
awesome. I'm gonna grab
Okay.
one of the buckets of water. I'm gonna dump it over my head, and then I'm going towards the screaming.
Okay, simple
come
cool
with-
test. Yep. So it's a simple cool test. So a +10 cool test to basically gather yourself to charge into the fire first.
Oh boy. My
All
cool's
right,
not great.
cool.
I might fail this one.
Ermita's gonna look at Surge and say, does this count as something we're supposed to be doing? Like protecting the people,
now
saving
the
them?
Fire department is coming.
So somewhere during the bucket brigade being arranged, the sergeant has managed to get himself a tankard of ale, and he shrugs. If you really feel inclined to. Usually we just clean
does
up once
anybody
the
have
fire's
any-
out.
Blessings that increases willpower against fear checks of cool or something.
I don't have that, but I
Excellent.
do have both leadership and cool. So could either of those assist him with?
Because you have successfully passed with a couple of degrees of success, I will let you give him a +10 to his cool.
I have a plus
So
10
that's
to
a
cool.
that's +20 overall for you. Hellion?
I can beat the guy up, but I'm not very good at these situations where it requires cool. Okay.
I mean, I have ranks in cool. I could help you somehow.
Don't know. I'll spend a fate point and 3 roll.
Say, this is how you
Hey.
cool.
This is how you cool.
you
All right.
Dunks
I will-
Carabanog in a bucket of water sloshes. Go save!
I was gonna say, I was gonna say that with that success from Theobald and him just striding boldly in, you are going to be similarly emboldened, Erwin, and you'll get another +10 to your reroll.
Right. Well, I probably fail still because it's the dice. The dice are not kind. No,
Oh no, the dice are not
fun
kind
with
to
that.
you. Yep.
All right, come on, Theobald.
Yes.
As long as it's not just me going in.
Mm-hmm. You can carry me out when I fall out down.
Ermina's like, okay.
Oh, are you coming in too?
Yep.
Sweet.
She
I'm
rolled
ready
a
with a
critical
+10,
success
but-
as well.
I can do that too. I think.
Okay, yeah, with a +10 on your call, you would have made that as well. So the 4 of you will go in. All right, so between you, I need you to pass to get 9 success levels on athletics tests. That is between the 4 of you.
Been really good at
That's
this.
not gonna go well.
Can I strength instead of athletics to just force my way through shit?
All right, I'll allow you strength. Yep.
Fantastic.
Can I use language magic to see if I can actually try and control the fire though? Because it's kind of what bright wizards do.
Yes,
Well,
I will
there's
allow
3.
that. Okay, yep. So you've got 3 so far. You've got 4.
-2.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Amina. I was gonna say you may want to re-roll that, or you will lose some.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
that's
a
okay.
little
You're not
better.
gonna lose any levels for that though. All right.
Uh,
You the
Thomas
fire
probably
is
wants to reroll.
I might re-roll that with my fortune.
Yep. Yep.
And probably get a fumbling failure or something.
Hey.
Slight success, so we're at 5.
All right. Yep. You are at 5. That'll give you another success level.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and try another strength. Just fucking
Yep.
open.
Hey, you're at 7. So yeah, as you go through, basically each success level represents you basically kicking in doors, finding people, tossing them out windows, getting them downstairs, whatever needs to happen to get them out of the fire.
We're indoors.
Mhm.
But they don't have an actual survival. They just have outdoor survival.
That was even worse. No, Tucker didn't do well that one.
So you need
Okay.
2 more to get the last survivors out. Ooh.
Okay, rerolling that.
And after he
Maybe I'll do
rerolls
even
all-
worse. I'll do even worse, but not fumble.
Yep, that's the main thing. As long as you're not fumbling.
I was gonna say,
Why
I'll go ahead and
is-
strength the last one,
Why is there no actual survival?
and we're good.
I don't know. Hey,
It's
you are
on
good.
the
It's under
that is
outdoor
survival.
survival.
It's split.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
So what we
survival.
have learned is, when in doubt, leave feats of strength to me.
Honestly, what I've learned is that I should just get Axie's Aegis because I would have just made this such a cakewalk.
Apparently, yes. But yeah, so between getting the people out, between Thomas's efforts to stop the fire from spreading, and the bucket brigade that I presume that Aldemar and Wen and
Erwin.
Erwin are continuing to kind of chivvy along. You
And
do
the sergeant
manage,
drinking and watching and occasionally shouting support.
pretty much, you do manage to get the 6 people in the building out. And you emerge smoke-stained and slightly sizzling to the cheers of the people around. All of you, please note somewhere on your character sheets that you now have a bonus to any fellowship-based tests for the rest of your tenure in the Watch when interacting with the poor folk of Ubersreich in a non-hostile way. So basically that means anyone who is, a commoner or below, you get a +10 as long as you're trying to charm them or be nice to them, not when you intimidate or threaten them.
Oh,
So, probably best to put it underneath talents if you. So
Yeah.
+10 to fellowship to commoners, the poor commoners, or
To
Yep.
commoners and below in a non-hostile way.
Yeah.
I'd put it under
below
note.
in a civil. Okay, gotcha. That sounds good.
Ermina,
Deal.
do you want? Ermina's gonna check on the 6 that we pulled out, see if they need any sort
Need
of medical.
help.
Yeah.
Most of them are just really very shaken. The ones that you did get out were had either been shut in closed rooms that the fire hadn't quite reached, and they've mostly just inhaled smoke, or they're just, as I said, very shaken. You will see that one man has quite a very badly burned right arm. He kind of huddles over himself and is holding it and looks up to you as you approach and just, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want me to roll heal? Or
Yeah, he will kind of shy away if you try and look at his arm, and he'll just, it's just a bit burnt. It'll be fine.
As I'd say, I'll come up to assist Ermina with that. One, because I'm trained in heal. Two, because let the nice apothecary lady take a look at the wound.
And he'll look up at at Lorelei, and then kind of nod silently. And also, it's funny you should mention bacon, Talcon, because I'm gonna send you all a clip of the page in the book where this actually comes from.
and you assisting me because you're
Hey.
trained in it is what, a +10?
Yep.
There's a pig. If there's
Yeah.
a pig, I'm gonna use animal.
I'll try. No, screw it.
Okay.
Oh, reroll that.
All right. Oh, critical success. All right. So yeah, you'll heal up the man's arm, and it will heal over. But when it heals, you'll notice that it does scar quite badly. So, or it's going to heal, but it looks like it's going to scar quite badly. And kind of a rippled, scaled line of oozing flesh is running down where the burn is.
Scaled?
Like
Not scaled like actually scaled, but
Okay. That's just a mute.
I've seen enough burns. I know what she's meaning.
yeah. And yeah, so he's probably gonna have a really nasty scar for the rest of his life on that arm.
She's gonna tend to it and let him know to just kind of keep it clean. It is going to scar, but he's not going to get infected, and he's gonna still be able to use his arm.
And he'll nod and thank you, ma'ams. I owe you my life.
Yes, you do.
And yeah. And yeah, so the various onlookers are now just kind of milling around. There's a few more buckets being thrown at the still smouldering embers. But they're just kind of milling around. Some people are filtering off. Others are kind of standing there sharing drinks from flasks or wineskins as they talk over the burning remnants.
Is the fire like under control now? Do we need to worry about this being a thing?
No, between the bucket brigade and Thomas, you've worked enough to get it under control, basically.
Sweet.
I was there to watch.
As I say, what was this building? Like, I'm just gonna grab
This-
a random onlooker or somebody who looks intensely interested and be like, "The fuck."
Oh, the bottom was a butcher's store, and the top was tenements where people lived.
Did
So all
anyone
these
see how it
people are
started?
homeless now. Ooh, if people want to know how it started, give me a gossip test.
Oh yay, gossip.
Do I have gossip?
Can I intimidate the gossip out of people?
No.
Aldemar should be real good at this.
Sweet Jesus, I'm bad at this. I'm rerolling that.
This isn't the
Stop
first.
dancing them.
This isn't the first time you've rolled 100 on a
do we
gossip
get-
test.
Don't forget your
do we-
+10.
Let's say, do we get the
Yeah.
+10 to this, right? There we
Oh.
go.
You get the plus
Okay.
10 to this, yes.
Holy fuck, Townsend, how good is your
I think-
gossip?
I think I may have messed that up.
You think?
He's been doing
Jesus,
nothing
Falcon.
this whole campaign except putting his points into gossip.
Apparently so.
So he's not that kind of thief. He actually just
Yeah.
has +40 into gossip already.
All right.
Plus 43 according to the roll statics.
Basically, I failed it anyway by 3 points.
Fair enough.
The plus 10, I slightly succeed.
Hooray!
I forgot the
Alright,
plus
yes.
10, so I had 1 success level.
Yeah, but you got a critical success anyway as well, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot my plus 10, but I failed it, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, you are... all of you will be asking around amongst the crowd and just chatting with people, and they all seem to have warmed up to you now, especially as you know, several of your number risk their own lives to go in and save people from the fire. And between you all, you'll find a couple of witnesses who said that they saw very heavily cloaked and masked men set the building on fire on purpose. And that there was a man who saw them and tried to stop them, but they fled and he chased after them.
Did I know who it was?
How tall were these cloaked individuals?
Varying heights, average human height, not dwarves or halflings.
Which way did they go?
And this is where the witnesses start getting a little bit unreliable. You'll have a
Goddamn you
couple who
eyewitnesses.
point. You'll have a couple who point very definitely down towards the docks and down towards the river. You'll have one who said I think they went in that direction, but they're very much more vague. And then you'll have a couple more who just say that they ran into the city.
Who was the man who ran after them?
That was where is his name? Give me a second. I have to find his name. I have to find who knows his name.
Time to find that.
That was
Sarah was
name
Burble
generator.
that was the baker, Oswald Bloch.
Do we know that name?
Oswald. Baker, he said.
Oswald Bloch.
Blah.
Bloch.
Oh, block.
Blah.
Bloch.
Baby,
How interesting, I just, I bought baked goods just this morning.
It was a young lady that you brought the baked goods from, though.
Ah,
That's a bold fucking baker to run after arsonists.
that is.
I appreciate that
I mean,
guy.
if they're potentially
Well-
burning his home down, or.
Well, I mean, it
It
was the
was a
butcher's
butcher.
home.
Mm.
Yeah.
But the homes were above it, right? Which means it
Yeah,
could
that's
have been
true.
his.
It could have been.
Mm.
Yeah, and one of the witnesses who gave you Oswald's name will confirm that yes, that Oswald is a resident of the tenement. That he rented a room in the upper levels.
Okay. Well,
Probably want a description of him, and then
Yeah, so he's a relatively tall and strongly built man, obviously from throwing pounds and pounds of dough around each day. He's got kind of dark blonde hair, balding a little bit at the balding patch at the top of the back of his head, and he obviously tends to just wear kind of plain, rough clothing. And when he's on his way to work, he wears an apron over it, but obviously wasn't on his way to work at this time. So those who did see him said he was just wearing ordinary kind of nondescript clothing like many of the men in the city wear. Fucking seagulls.
they want some of the bacon from the butcher
Possibly.
shop?
I mean they are seagulls.
I mean, yes, apart from the smell of burning wood, there is a lovely smell of roasted meat as well.
Any chance we can salvage the roasted meat?
Well, there's plenty of people who already are.
I would like to salvage some roasted meat.
Yeah, you can go in and help yourself to some pre-roasted meat. A lot of it will be burnt beyond eating anyway, but there is some that manage to get singed but not burned.
Sweet, acquiring meat.
Because Lorelai does not want to eat brown question mark.
Exactly. I've had my 3 servings of brown for the day, so light, medium, and liquid.
Mhm.
I don't know how you can ever get enough brown. It's different every time you bite into it.
Well, see, if you look
Sometimes
at your
it
Brown's
bites
pyramid,
back.
And sometimes it isn't even solid enough to bite.
I mean, the daily brown pyramid says that you need at least 6 servings of brown a day.
I feel
yeah,
like
but
we're
it
back in
doesn't.
paranoia.
Brown pyramid, though, I think is a little bit wrong because it's very heavy in your dark browns and it completely disregards your light brown.
Anyway, carrying on. And so yes, you've got a couple of different directions that the potential that the arsonists may have gone in. However, the fire was well underway by the time you got there. So
Can we
yeah,
just report everything that we learned from, talking to the people to Sarge?
yeah, absolutely, and he'll take notes of it all in with a pencil in a little notebook that he's got.
My God, he can read and write.
He can.
It's actually just drawing stick figures.
Hermione's gonna be like, looking as he's scribbling. No, you spelled that wrong.
I'm also
She's
going to
not
look at
actually
you,
going
right,
to
and be
correct
like,
him.
I'm going to look and be like, what you doing there?
And he'll snap the notebook shut under Laura's nose. All right. So we have hooded and masked assailants who set a fire and ran away after a baker tried to assault them and then chased him down. And neither baker nor assailants have been seen since.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Well, I'll report this on to the captain, but it may just be someone didn't pay their protection money.
Might have been.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been arson. We don't know. But that's what we
Plus, at
learned.
least the rest of the city didn't burn down. I count that as a win.
Right? That it is.
We kept the people safe.
You did. You did. I'll be putting that in my report. But we have a patrol to get on with.
Yep. Onward.
Mm-hmm.
What are you intuitioning?
Talcon just grabs the sergeant. Tell me what you know!
But it just looks down at him calmly. No.
Hand on Telson's head and pushes him back slightly. You smell like bacon. I think the heat got to you.
So I'm just trying to have a look at something real quick.
Right, in that case, you're going to pull Towson aside, present the meat, and be like, you can do something with this, right?
Telson, you can cook this, right? You can make food that's not brown stuff.
I mean, it'll probably end up at least partially brown,
But it's not. It would be
it would be
recognizable brown, not
yeah,
indistinguishable.
It doesn't start brown.
There's a different brown.
Yes, this is a different brown. This is an edible brown versus the indistinguishable. I don't know what I just put in my mouth brown.
I'll need to buy something for it, but or else it's just gonna be chopped meat. But otherwise, yes.
Awesome.
Indeed. Okay. Yeah. So once the crowd is generally dispersed and people are heading back to their homes, The sergeant will look around and kind of dust his hands off and put his notebook away and nod to you all. I think we need to continue our patrol and get you
Yep.
back on your way again. So once again, you'll start making your way through the streets, and there's a few more people out tonight. It seems that the fire has roused quite a lot of the neighborhood around the area, and even those who weren't there at the fire either woke to hear it or were woken by others talking about it. And so there's a general kind of air of disturbance and distrust in the air in the evening. People seem a little bit anxious and a little bit concerned, looking askance at anybody strange who comes walking around their buildings. But as you pass, you will find yourselves being greeted by a lot of the people, as the word has spread quite quickly that the new watch patrol were instrumental in ensuring that the fire didn't spread, and that the people who were involved in or who were caught in the fire actually survived. So you find that the rest of the evening is quite a I won't say it's a quiet one, but you'll find that it passes quite pleasantly in a lot of ways compared to the night before. And just before dawn, as the docks are starting to come back to life, the merchants and dock workers are starting to make their way along. You will come across a group of men standing around a rather well-dressed, portly looking older gentleman. The scene in general seems to be quite, well, it doesn't seem to be a very pleasant scene at all. And the merchant will look up to you with hope in his eyes, as the sergeant actually, for once, kind of steps ahead of you all and starts strolling towards them, and busts out the immortal line, "What's all this then?"
And we're following behind to see
Indeed.
what's all this then.
And the merchant will look over at Clump and Klug, and he'll kind of hold up his hands, and these men, I was on my way to see to oversee the shipment that I'm sending out, and these men, they came up to me and they started threatening me. And the men who are surrounding him, all of them have their hands kind of on their belts where they have jacks or koshes or various blunt instruments. The one who seems to be in charge kind of turns and looks to the sergeant, and just says, "Well, he owes his dock fees. He's been behind on them for a month now." And the sergeant nods and sucks his teeth for a moment and rocks on his heels for a moment, and then looks back to the merchant. "It's best that you pay what you owe then, friend. You don't want to get behind on your fees." And he sort of turns and gives the group of roughs a look, and just sort of says, "That's good advice for everyone, innit? Eh?" And after the gang leader nods, the sergeant will nod again, as he turns on his heels and starts walking away. Just looks at you all. "This is guild business. It's not for us to get involved in. Let's go."
Wait, what guild?
It's guild business.
Yeah, guild business. We don't.
Yes,
Guild
because
business.
I understand guild business, having grown up in a city and knowing what the hell a guild does.
We intervene in matters of the law, not business.
And the Sarge will just look at you, Lorelei, and give you a chuckle. Dockers Guild, love. You don't want to get involved in it. They
Fair enough.
control the docks, and if their fees aren't paid, well, they have their means.
As long as they don't kill him and not out.
Strange.
They'll burn your butcher's shop.
As long as they don't kill him, not our problem.
Or start a fire.
The Dockers Guild don't start fires. They have their own means, as I said. And they won't kill him. You're right there, lad. He'll nod to Thomas.
Dead
It'll
men
all
don't
get
pay their
sorted.
debts.
Alright. And
Fair
if-
enough then.
If they're allowed to handle their affairs without any fuss, then they make no troubles for us.
How many times in your life have you said, they don't make a fuss, no troubles for us?
Enough, lad. Sometimes you just need to know when to hold your tongue.
I don't know that.
Maybe you should learn.
Maybe you should learn, and I wouldn't have to muzzle you.
Moving on then.
Alright. The guilds know who to thank when they're let to carry on their business without trouble. And he'll just wander along his way. And once again, as the sun comes up over the east horizon, you are guided back to the watch house. Once again praised for your quick thinking and your efforts in helping to promote the peace of Ubersreich and save the downtrodden. The sergeant looks very pleased with your performance and says that if you keep carrying on the way you're going, you've done 2 great deeds in just your first 2 nights. He says that he'll have nothing to do but give the captain the most glowing reports of your character and your behavior.
Oh,
And
give
he's
us
happy
time.
with that, which will make the captain happy, he's sure.
And we, of course, hope that no matter how valiant our services, we expect no reduction in our sentences.
And on that, I'm gonna elbow him in the ribs, just as hard as I can.
Ow. Why you do that, Lorelei?
Why do you think?
Well, who knows? Sigmar works in mysterious ways, and maybe you will be praised for, maybe you will be rewarded for doing your best and doing your utmost for the service of Ubersreich.
Of course not. We'd never expect such a thing.
Get yourself some meal. Get yourselves a meal and some rest. You got one more night, and then you got a whole day off to yourselves.
Oh, wow.
I'll see you here again in the evening. And once again, you'll be left to rest and do what you will during the daytime.
All right. Now go
All
off
right.
and... Yeah.
I was gonna say, I have meat. I have nowhere to prepare meat or no knowledge on how to prepare meat.
You could ask,
Yeah.
Ermina if you can go to her house.
You got a kitchen?
Yes.
Sweet.
The apartment
Ermina,
has a
You were
small
on the
kitchen.
table in the middle of it.
Yeah.
To be fair, I wasn't exactly in the best state of mind when I was there last. I was more focused on not bleeding to death.
Yeah, you were more focused on having a fit about having your wound touched.
He came at me with fire.
I was trying to help.
Fire.
See if I do that again.
Get out of my face, you stupid bumpkins.
Hey, Aldemar.
Do you know what a bumpkin is?
No, he doesn't. Aldemar, you want some alcohol?
The swill you Ubersreichers drink?
Sure.
If you say so.
I'd sooner drink the water out of the stream.
Enjoy that, and I'm not healing you when you have the a disease for
Ald!
it.
Hey, Ald!
Hey, Ken!
We got some wine over here.
Oh. Managed to find the good stuff out here?
Yeah, there was a liquor merchant who hadn't paid his license. His
Oh.
entire stock was confiscated.
Huh. So I see. What a pity the evidence got lost.
Yeah, it did. Look at this, Chilean and everything. Yes, Aldemar will be welcomed warmly with wine and tobacco.
Ah.
Armina's going to tell Taliesin and Lorelai to follow Theobald and Thomas to the house. She'll be along shortly, and she'll again stop by Cornelius and see if there's any small errands that Cornelia needs ran before she tucks in for the day.
Okay. Well, Cordelia's shop is closed today, and there's just a note on the door saying that Cordelia will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Which is usual. She does the rounds, as you know. She does the rounds of her various friends outside Ubersreich. Usually, she'll go sort of for 1 or 2 days every couple of weeks. So it's not unexpected for her to do something like this. Will you invite Erwin for meat?
Will Lorelai invite Erwin for meat?
Oh yeah. I'm assuming we salvaged a sufficient quantity of meat.
Yeah,
You
Half a
can
hog.
also invite Wen for meat, since
No.
Aldemar does not care, and you could teach him the dice game.
Oh, actually, that's true because he can't go cohorting with him anymore because.
Yep, he's
of
following
his-
us.
Yep, fuck it, we'll bring Win.
Yeah, you have a win. So yeah,
Teach him a game or two.
will you go with the rest of them, Erwin?
I mean-
To
I could have done my best to bring Wen with me, but I don't think it would have worked very well.
Probably not.
Kind of kills your tough guy persona right there.
exactly. But yeah, Hellion, are you going to go with the rest to Amina and Theobald's place? Or just try and get some rest, or
I mean,
try and
we'd leave
try.
Aldemar alone with the Aldorfians, but he seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, they seem to have taken to him. The more he denigrates the rest of you, the more they kind of jolly along and bring him into the fold.
Yeah.
Come,
So
hug me.
yeah, I guess I'll go hang out with the others.
Since
All right.
Cordelia's not in on the way, Ermina will stop and pick up some groceries to go with the meat for a meal.
Yep. No problems.
We have meat.
No, meat, potatoes. Taliesin can make a gravy.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Yep. Some fresh vegetables and little
What's that?
odds and ends.
Yeah, you have a pouch earlier.
Oh really?
We can still hear you, Seb.
Oh,
I always love that. Okay, yeah, so between the groceries that Amina brings home and the, basically, yeah, as was mentioned, the half a hog that you managed to liberate from the burning, butcher's shop, you have got a very, very delicious and very, very filling meal that you're able to cook up, and by about mid-morning you're all quite full and ready to pass out with full bellies and tasty dinner inside you. Are you
And
going to try
probably
and
leftovers.
teach Wen to gamble again?
Yes,
I
we
know
need to
how.
teach him dice games.
I know how to gamble. She actually is pretty good at it because it's an intelligence-based thing.
Yay!
I actually don't know how to gamble. I just like it.
yeah, that's in that category too, pretty much.
All right, and
Does he learn crap? He does.
he learns dice games as
Yay!
well. Wen is getting quite good at that.
Let's say one of these days we're going to turn him into a real boy.
If you're
Ermina's
talking
gonna
to us,
patch.
Altor, we can't hear you. Or are you on the phone to someone else?
Probably on the phone.
Oh, I'm not on the
okay.
phone.
Okay. What were you saying, darling?
So now it's time to take him for everything he's worth.
No.
He is worth precisely jack shit.
Ermina's gonna pat one on the head once he figures it out and say, yeah, you're learning more and more each day how you're gonna end up surviving in the real world when Aldemar is not here to protect you because he has left you again.
But he's doing it for a reason, right?
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah,
he has a
his
reason.
reasons.
Don't worry.
Aldemar is he's very clever. I think he's got a plan in mind.
He
She's
is
gonna
very
she's
clever,
gonna
but
pat Wen on the head again and say, I'm sure he has a plan. Somewhere rattling around in that skull of his, there's a plan.
And I'm just gonna say, yeah, I'm sure Aldemar does have a plan that benefits Aldemar.
It's gonna work out okay for everyone.
Yes,
Yeah.
because his plans have so far.
Yes, they actually have.
You say things like that a lot, but he didn't have to look after me, and he has. He could have said no.
He could have. That's very true. But you,
So I'm sure he
she's.
did it out of the kindness of his heart.
Yes, I'm sure.
I'll leave it at that.
I think he's nicer than you think he is.
Well, you would know him far bit better than me because I'm just I'm just an apothecary. I'm not a disciple.
Tathan will say he runs his mouth more than anything, but he is a good person.
She's not denying he's a good person. She's just saying, he'll be okay in her house, and that everybody's gonna look after him. Since Aldemar just up and said, "Fuck you guys, I'm gonna get in with the Outdoorfers." At the moment.
Yeah, Tathan has no clue what he's actually going to do.
That's why Ermino said, "I'm sure he has a plan rattling around in there." She has no idea what it is, so.
Yeah, he actually did explain this, however briefly, before he went and talked to the Altdorfers for the first time.
Ermina wasn't there. She wasn't in the barracks. She went home.
True. She had left. But yes, so yeah, and for his part, Aldemar will be plied with quite a lot of good quality Chilean wine.
Oh, he'll be drunk.
Well, he doesn't have to drink it. He can choose to try and kind of
fake it,
tip it away, or pass it on, or whatever he's doing.
Mostly, yeah. I don't want to be obvious about it, but indeed, I don't want to get drunk, ideally.
Yep. The Outdorfers are just sort of generally in a pleased mood. And yeah, as long as you seem to be pretending to engage with them, they quite enjoy your company and joke around with you about the ridiculous parochial nature of these hick Ubersreichers.
Tell you what. You know what I love about Altdorf more than anything else?
What's that, Ald?
Say what you will about the city. It had opportunity.
Yeah.
You were smart. You knew where to look. Here, I just got told by the Sarge what we're getting per week. Well, upset you didn't tell me. It's shit.
It's only shit if you let it be shit.
That's what I was thinking. Because fortunately, there's some smart people around here. And I was thinking that even in this shit pile, you guys might be a bit resourceful and know where I can find some opportunities.
Yep. You gotta get that old fucker to get you off that shit crew and put you with us, buddy. We'll show you where it is. We'll show you where the money is. You don't want
I'm
to
good.
stick with those Ubers right here because they're going to drag you down.
Oh, God, it's insufferable. I'm getting in tight with the Sarge, though. Putting a line or two on him. I think I might be able to get a transfer,
Yeah.
at least temporarily soon. Want to see what. And then, we'll see what we can manage, right, buddy?
Yeah. We'll show you what it is. We'll show you where you go. There's plenty here. It's ripe for the plucking. You just gotta know where to pull.
I always knew I was cut out to be a guard.
Yep. Stick with us, Aldo, and we'll get you set up. Then when you're done in this chicken shit outfit and you go home again, you go back to Outdorf, your pockets full of coin. You buy yourself a place across the river. Yeah.
Oh, I certainly hope so. They actually have decent whores in Altdorf.
Don't they ever?
Yeah.
Did you ever see Rosie down by the docks?
Oh, Rosie, the one with the great big intellect,
Yeah.
and the other one.
Yep. That's Rosie. And yes. So eventually the Altdorfers will drink themselves into a stupor, and you will be left in a barracks full of snoring, fighting watchmen.
Things I do for my country.
And yes, so once again, the day passes. You wake at the mid-afternoon bell for your. Well, for those of you who stayed at Ermina's place, there's going to be leftovers from the meat and veg that you cooked in the morning. Those who came back to the barracks or stayed at the barracks, you can have your evening portion of brown. And once again, you're all assembled by the Sarge with his now customary tankard of ale, waiting out the front of the watch house. And he looks you all up and down, and nods his approval when he sees you all there. Well, it's good to see you all back again. How have you found your first 2 nights on the watch, kids?
Oh,
Exciting.
never a
It's
dull
been
moment.
alright.
Yeah, not dull at all.
Looking forward to another night on your feet?
Yeah.
Let's get to it then.
Alright, yep. We'll get through tonight. Then you got tomorrow and tomorrow night off. A whole day and a whole night. And then we'll get to see some sunshine.
Aren't we lucky?
Yeah. Personally, I prefer the night. It's much more quiet. It tends to be, well, when there's not arson happening.
Hmm. Before we had left, like leftovers that weren't eaten, Ermina would have made up into little like meal boxes for the middle night for everyone.
Oh, that's very nice.
Aw.
Everybody gets a little lunchbox.
Yep. Ermina
Even
is.
Aldemar?
I guess so.
Aldemar, you get a
Probably
little lunchbox along with everybody
Probably
else.
because Wen would have
Hey.
said something.
When would have, when you were packing one up, he would have been like, can we put one together for Aldemar?
Dang Ermina and her soft spot for children.
Oh, thank you, Ermina. I'm a bit surprised, but grateful.
You're
So yes,
welcome.
you'll set out on your patrol for the evening, and make your way. And this time you'll be going back down through the docks again, going along the edges of the river and up through the market, basically ending your patrol at the end of the night through the marketplace again. And you're starting to get to know the route of your particular patrol. It would seem that your specific area is a very particular one. Obviously, there would be other patrols covering the other quarters of the city. You're not expected to cover the whole thing by yourselves. And tonight is a very, very quiet night, and there's a number of reasons for that, but chief amongst them is the sickly green glow that starts to peek over the horizon as you're about a quarter of the way through your shift.
Hi, Morsleep.
As all of you would know, very few people are abroad when Morsleep is in the sky. It's not fully up at this time of the month. It basically kind of skims along the edge of the horizon, but it still comes up high enough to make people want to keep their windows shut and keep indoors. And you feel it yourselves, there's a kind of sticky dampness in the air, a clamminess that rises off the river. And as you walk down the streets, your footsteps echo off the cobblestones. And even when you stop walking, the echoes continue on for a few seconds after you stop. From the corners of your eye, you see things moving that when you look, nothing seems to be there. And as you get closer and closer to the middle of the night, the ambience just gets more and more oppressive. Everything in your hearts and your minds is just screaming at you to get home, to go away, to leave. But you're watchmen, and it is your duty to continue on walking through the streets. You'll stop for a meal around about the time of the midnight bells. You'll basically stop in the forecourt of one of the inns, one of the few well-lit places in the city where you can actually see what you're eating, and you can take a drink from your ale skins and things like that. Do any of you actually feel like eating under the sickly green light of Morsleep?
Nope.
Even Falcon is not going to do that.
I enjoy my current number of limbs.
Mhm.
Very well done. And yeah, even Wen kind of takes his little lunchbox and then looks at it and then just tucks it away. And yeah, so you set out on your patrol again. And as you're walking through the streets, I would like everybody to please roll me perception again.
Oh boy, here we go.
And for the fail rolls.
Sweet.
Jesus.
Fail,
Sweet
fail, 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 fail,
Jesus.
fail. Non-stop failure.
Morsleep is shining on you all tonight.
I was gonna say, shouldn't we get a
I
bonus
roll-
for being paranoid under Morsleep?
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do?
Oof.
I'm gonna spend
Grief.
a fortune point, and I'm gonna add +1 success level, taking me to
Okay.
1.
the mark.
Actually, since I have the night vision talent,
Yeah.
technically,
Actually, yeah, anybody who has night vision will get a +10 on that.
yeah. So it's critical success for me.
It is a critical success, yeah. So would night vision have helped you, Talcon? No, it would not. Okay, Theobald and Aldemar, you both are looking around as you walk down the streets. The rest of you've been seeing things out of the corner of your eye all night, such as the effect of more sleep, and you miss this to start with. But Theobald and Aldemar, you see something moving down a side alley. You also notice a crumpled dark form on the ground. The thing you see moving, though, for a moment, it seems to glisten like it's wet. And then it sees you, and you see it, and it takes off running. Just before you do, I have one thing to say.
I have one thing to say. Fury's typing.
Yep. All right.
My God.
My God. Have no idea what my God is, but
Well, that's up to Theobald if he wants to tell you. And Aldemar, you just see this thing run away.
Yeah, I'm gonna run after it.
Okay. Yep.
Aldemar, don't go.
But
use your rat catching stick and just like yoink him by the collar of his priestly robes.
It's not something we should run after on a night like this.
why not? It's our duty to investigate. He's getting away.
It's not human.
Even more reason to chase.
How far away is this thing?
Well, the end of the alleyway is probably, I want to say about 20 yards away. But it's basically taken off as soon as you've sort of started after it. So if you're stopped and you're talking, it's going to get out of sight really quickly.
It's not human, then it has to die.
Go, Soapy Legs.
Go meteor.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, if it's not human, I can drop a meteor on it.
Definitely. Do that. Much better.
Armina's just like, as conversation is going on, Armina's just gonna raise an eyebrow and say, "Do I want to know?"
Okay, well, Talcon's taken off after it regardless. So
No.
Is it still in sight?
Oh, fuck.
it's gone out of sight by now.
I was about to say the halfling took off. I'm taking off after the halfling.
Because it's like halfling is like a small dog, right? You have to protect it.
I like the halfling. He gets into trouble with me.
Yeah. Nobody, you guys.
Towson.
I'm confused.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
I'm going after them because this is definitely bad.
Nope. Fuck.
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry, Timo?
Can we still see the thing?
No.
No, it's gotten out of sight by now.
Okay. And well, if Towson's going, I'm going to then.
All right.
Should we investigate the figure? The lumped
Yeah, the crumpled
figure.
form.
The
Listen,
crumpled
somebody should
form on
check
the
that out.
ground. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Look.
Okay. Well, those of you who are going to, those of you who are chasing the figure, those of you with night sight will notice bloody footprints leading off out down the alleyway, and they will continue around the corner. Like, this is fresh blood, and it's not drying up or disappearing. Those of you who stop to look at the crumpled figure on the ground will find a horrifying sight. I
Calling
need to just have a
Sergeant
look at something real
Rudy
quick.
over.
Okay, no, that's not what I want. Oh god, no, it's under fucking psychology, isn't it?
Probably. I have no idea what you're talking about, but probably.
Is there a fear mechanic like there is in 40k?
There it is.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can get there.
It's not under the Game Master section. Where the fuck is it?
Probably.
I think it's
Under
psychology.
rules. There we go. Yeah, it is under psychology.
Yeah, it's a
There we go.
psychology.
Do.
Fear
Yep.
and terror. Those are two different things.
Okay. This is not going to be terror yet. This is just for the people who are looking at the body on the ground. This is going to have a fear rating of 1. So you need to pass a cool test because this is a human body that has had its skin completely removed.
Neat.
Not the right response to that.
She's an apothecary.
She's seen worse.
But yeah, this is unsettling and disturbing because you can't see how it's been removed. Like, there's no incisions, there's no claw marks, there's no signs of trauma, there's not even a pool of blood around the body. It just has no skin.
Teleportation
It's
gone
been
wrong.
eaten.
So please do roll me a cool test.
Okay. I'm totally gonna fail. But for me, it's still neat. But it says it's an extended, so you can keep
Yep.
going.
Yep, so you can keep trying. Alright, those of you who chase the creature, you
Which is
will
everyone
round
but
the...
me?
So...
I think it's just Talson, myself, and Theobald, isn't it?
I said I was.
I, was,
Thomas said he was,
I
Okay.
said I was chasing the thing.
and Aldemar said he's chasing as well.
No.
Yeah,
Alright.
I guess
Okay,
I'll
that's
chase too. Why not?
Alright, yep.
Wen,
Alright,
stay
athletics,
here.
yes.
Tootsie, don't leave Hermina by yourself.
Wen, stay here. Look at this.
She's not alone. She is the
I-
sergeant.
Oh, fair.
I
That's
then
not safe.
take a few running steps and then stay by Hermina.
Fair enough.
After
I mean,
seeing
you
that
don't-
everybody else took off, and
Yeah.
Arena was like, "Ooh, body."
It's too far away.
Alright.
Oh.
Okay.
Fine.
Those of you who are chasing the figure, as I said, it's gotten out of sight by now. You're...
Good
Wow.
Well, I guess I'm tripping.
Yeah, I'll say that probably...
Wow. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on?
Aldemar got in my way.
I was
What
gonna
are you
say...
guys doing?
Okay. Those of you who don't trip, as I said, those of you who have night vision, you will see bloody footprints. They will give you a distinct trail to follow. Altor, please stop eating in my ear. So that, yeah, there is a distinct trail to follow. The creature itself you cannot see, however. Those of you who are chasing the Talcon especially, you do manage, or most of you manage to catch up to him. Though Aldemar, as you round the corner, you plant your foot solely straight down on one of these bloody footprints, and you find your foot is just going out from underneath you, and you hit the ground hard, to be landed on by a wizard immediately afterwards. But yes, the sergeant will gaze at the figure on the ground, and then he'll make basically the sign of the Hammer of Sigmar and swallow heavily.
Oh, weak stomach.
I'll
Need a drink.
go get.
Need a drink.
He'll give you a stern look. I'll go and get a priest of Moor for this poor bugger.
Okay.
I'll. Shall we stay with the body or should we follow them? I think I can see the tracks still.
If you got tracks on this thing, you need to go and catch it. We can't have something like this roaming the streets.
Armina's gonna point at the body. What about it?
There's
You
no
don't
one out
want-
on the streets. There's no one out on the streets tonight, Missy. It'll be fine until we get a priest here.
Do you want to at least cover it so you don't lose your stomach for right now?
Oh, he passed his cool test. He's
Oh,
fine.
did he?
Yeah. he just shakes his head. There's no one abroad, and if someone does come across it, well, that is what it is. As I said, I'll go fetch a priest of Moor for this poor sod. You go catch the others up, try and find this thing, bring it down.
Okie dokie.
So he'll turn and he'll head off in the other direction at a rather steady waddle. This is probably the fastest that you've ever seen him move. He seems to be
Ermina-
taking this quite seriously.
Ermina's making a mental note to sketch this in her book of how the full muscle and skeletal structure is on a human body once it's been flayed of skin.
Oh yeah.
Need to know.
Yeah, so if you turn and follow the footsteps with Theobald, with Wen following behind,
Oh,
you
poor
will come
Wen.
across Aldemar and Thomas in their tangled heap.
Did
I
Wen?
don't know if Aldemar's cursing at Thomas at the moment.
That
I did not fail anyone near as badly. I'm probably just entangling myself.
need to get this monster.
And watch where you're running.
Brother, can Kerbenog follow it a little more easily than the bloody footprints that I cannot see very well? I can follow a yip.
And yeah, Kerbenog will be able to follow this thing. It can
Yay.
follow. He can follow the smell of the blood, and yeah. So, Talcon, how far ahead of the rest do you get, or do you kind of wait up for them, given that you've got footprints to follow?
Probably not that too far ahead, I suppose, at this rate, considering everyone seems to be falling behind.
Yeah.
I think Erwin would keep up. I would fall a little bit behind though.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, there's
basic-
still 2 people coming, yeah, so they keep going fast as can.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. So Erwin will keep up with Talcon, and
I think Erwin's gonna bypass me because of my stubby legs.
No, I'm just gonna follow you. I can't see shit.
Oh, yeah, you
he,
got no
he can't see the
idea.
footprints.
God, I've become the dog of this situation. I really am Scrappy Doo.
You're the tin dog.
And yeah, and Cabernog, once you tell him to start following, he will put his nose down on the ground and get a good sniff of the blood, and then start yipping and kind of bouncing forward and back and leading the rest of you towards the 2 men who are in the lead. And let me just move some things around real quick.
I'm assuming it's quite dark.
Oh, it's very dark.
Yeah, that's why.
You'll kind of pass through pools of light, and you'll see a footprint here or there, or you'll see a mark on the wall that looks like a bloody hand is brushed against it. But eventually, Talcon and Erwin, you will find that the footprints lead down into a tunnel that starts heading down towards the river and down towards a sewer entrance.
Time to go to work.
So that's it. And I shouldn't be too far behind them.
Yep. Yeah, eventually.
Uh,
I take it you two aren't just going to go belting down into the sewers on your own.
It's like a bad idea.
I mean, you can split the party if you want.
With the back group, I'm probably lighting a lantern as we follow.
Yeah,
That's
that's
like-
fair, and that will help you see it and catch up to the others more quickly.
Yeah, we'll wait at this point juncture, because, well...
As I have a storm lantern, so I'll be lighting up and pointing the shadow forward.
Yep.
I have a Darvish lantern. It's a
Ooh.
better lantern than your normal lantern. Because it's made by a dude called Darvish.
I have a
Or
candle.
Davrich.
I have a couple candles.
Candle's not so good when you're running through the streets.
Nope.
But yes, as you find yourselves coming to the entrance of the sewers where Talcon and Erwin have stopped to wait for you, Morsley will reach its highest point for the night. As I said, just kind of peeking half over the horizon. But with the street you're on, it seems to line up perfectly to frame the sickly green orb in the sky, leaving the light gleaming off of the walls and off of the bloody footprints that lead down into the sewers.
Cool.
Darkness awaits you.
Darkness, midnight, evil motherfuckers.
Do we really?
This is advanced darkness. One of you will need to carry the special torch. No.
It's okay. I am the special torch.
I'll just
No, it doesn't work.
turn my lighting effects off so I can see in the dark.
Yes.
Do
Like,
we?
boys, into the hole.
Yes. Wen is going to kind of stop short as you all come to the edge of the stairs down into the sewers. It went down there.
It did.
Ramina's gonna look at Theobald and say, should we follow at this point with Morsley blah, 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 with the fucking the moon?
Cambernock's gonna go belting down the stairs, yipping his little head off.
Try to keep up.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
small dog went off.
I know where I'm
Okay,
going.
that's our cue.
Dougie going down the stairs, and you all end up in the sewers.
Yay,
In the
sewers
darkness.
in the
In
darkness.
the darkness.
Enhanced darkness.
Yeah.
In
This
the
is where we
darkness.
end.
With no lantern, even though there's a lantern.
There it is.
Oh, there we have the sewers. These are different
There we
sewers
are.
than the sewers last time. Because
Yeah,
this is a
except
different
half
city.
of you are off the fucking map.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah, my lantern gives light up to like 20 to 30 yards, so.
Okay. Hang on. The fucking copy paste shit itself.
Oh, Wrestling, where are you?
So isn't the Davridge one mostly for like mines?
Mines. Yep.
Which is why he would
But I
take it to
need
the
it for
sewers.
some reason.
The sewers?
Methane
Oh,
explodes.
shitting hell.
Oh god!
Holy.
Everybody's there.
Doppelgangers!
Did you double us again?
Yes.
Yeah, because for some reason the fucking copy function isn't working 100%. Alright, that's everybody with no duplicates.
I think so.
Alright.
Let's see,
Towson.
8 people plus 1 dog. 8 people plus 1 dog. Looks good.
Okay.
Alright, good. Alright. So, the sewers that you're in are a little bit smaller than the ones in Altdorf. In fact, a fair bit smaller. You yourselves do not take up a whole yard each. It's just that the sizing is difficult on these sorts of things.
We need to
But this is where we will leave things.
All right, we need to fearlessly make our way forward. Talcon, lead the way.
If we wanted to go along that line, Wen should have taken the lead.
Talcon can see in the dark, huh?
Yes, he
Yeah.
can.
Talcin is also
Even though you do
afraid
have a
of a
storm
lot
that
of
lights it.
things.
How's
Exactly.
afraid? I got good willpower. I don't know who you thinking of.
Well, you are
You're a
afraid of bigger
halfling.
things.
True.
But anyway, yes, that is where we shall leave things for tonight. As you descend down into the sewers in search of a bloody man.
We are going to die so hard.
It'll
Oh,
be
just-
fine.
We are totally dead.
I should have had that crossbow before coming down here. Oh well, I got rocks.
Everybody
You can
gets
use mine.
everybody gets 100 XP for this week.
Sweet.
Yay!
Okay. What did Theobald see?
What did Theobald see? That is a good question.
That's what Ermina had asked her brother before they took off running.
Yeah.
I think
Theobald,
this
do
game
you want to
interview-
explain what you see, what you saw?
Dude with no skin. Running. That's not good, is it?
A dude with
That's
no
killing.
skin
But he ran off.
running.
Yep.
I thought he was
Ran off.
dead. Oh, what?
No,
another
no,
dude
there's a
with no
dude with
skin.
no
Two
skin.
skinless dude.
Yeah.
Dead.
The body was also skinless. But so was the guy who ran away from the body.
Well, that's worrisome. In a lot of ways. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. What is it that you
Uh,
found?
Since nobody has personal goals anymore, do we get any of that XP? Or is that applicable?
So you'll need to discuss with each other what you want your next group goal to be.
Well,
And
it's
then
still
obviously-
the root out corruption, but since we don't have personal shortcuts anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think about. All right, yeah, no, fuck it. All right, the average. I'm gonna bump the average slightly. Then I'll make the average session XP 125 each. Then, and then when you get other goals, it'll be 150.
Okay, so
Or if you do
we
something extraordinary, it'll be more than that.
we got 125.
Yeah, 125 this week. Yeah.
So
Additional 20.
what's that in?
So that's 125?
Mhm.
Yes.
So
Just so we're all on the same page, our current total EXP is 1300,
100.
correct?
Yes.
What? Mine's
13.
1275.
Then you need 25
you-
more.
Yeah.
Alright.
Also, sorry about the conversation without.
No, that's okay, man.
It
It's
was
like
just
I'm trying to have a
entertaining.
conversation that's.
It's okay. It happens.
Yep. When I'm trying to conversate with outside of the thing, and then trying to conversate back, and it's like, did I turn it on? Did I turn it off?
Let's hope, let's hope this goes well. So I'll have 3 solid back-to-back days. Leverage petition for a transfer with the sergeant.
Yep.
Indeed.
Mm.
Of course, it all depends on whether you survived leverage it.
We do kind of implicitly presume that, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's dangerous to presume such things.
But if I die, I'm not going to be concerned about this.
Yes, that is true.
That is also true. Yeah.
What's a little death?
Yes, we are
But indeed.
doomed.
But if I live, I can get transferred. Then I can get involved on the ground floor with the latest crime activities
Mm.
Mm.
and engage in nefarious matters.
Also,
Perhaps I drown in seawater, so I don't fulfill my doom.
all I have to do is poison myself, get poisoned, get a disease, or some such thing to where I die. Because it's the darkest rot shall eat you from within.
Yay!
I got more sins than Maiden. I'm still worried about that shit.
Well, we're about to go down we're going down in the sewers, so there's plenty of opportunity for you to get things like the trots again.
Except for
Oh
me.
right, you're all doomed. I don't have that.
Well,
Halflings are lucky. We're never doomed.
It's okay, I'm doomed to die by a witch hunter at some point, so.
Yay!
Yeah.
Or in something that involves a witch hunter.
So how nervous were you on our first little thing where it's like, and here's a witch hunter?
it's like, hey, there's my death.
Well, this game ended quickly.
That was a
Well, for me,
moment.
it would have. Just come back as a dwarf slayer.
The Slayer of Doors.
Indeed.
Yes.
Now I can
Fun.
get criminal.
Yay!
Oh, criminal.
Thank you for running, and it was
Yeah, you're welcome.
fun, and I'll
I hope
see
the
you
dice-
tomorrow.
Yes.
The
I
dice
hope
was
the dice
cruel.
treat you better next time we run this.
I hope so too, because dear God, rolled 20.
I've never
just
seen so many fumbling failures in a
fucked us
session.
over so hard.
So many failures. So many critical failures.
I know,
yeah,
right?
fumbling failure, fumbling, and it's like intermittently here and there. You kind of succeeded.
My favorite one, my favorite part of all of these things, though, is whenever Lorelai tries a gossip roll and then rolls 100.
I am not good at gossip.
Hey, give me dirt.
That goes beyond not good, and that goes straight to you punching people in the throat. Tell me things.
Tell me things. Oh wait, you can't because I just punched you in the throat and
It's like I just walk up to somebody. I'm like, "Hey, I'm curious about this." They turn around and look at me, and then I headbutt them.
Indeed,
that'll,
you do.
that'll show teach you for looking at me.
Didn't say look at me. I said tell me things.
All right, and I do hope that on the next session you find out the source of the horror in the sewers, or one of the many sources of the horror in the sewers. This is Uber's Reich we're talking about.
There are a lot of spooky things down there.
There are. The good news is, though, that in coming down into the sewers, you're actually out of Morsley's light, which actually makes it safer to be down here in some ways.
What happens if you eat under the moon?
Chaos.
Mutations
Really?
Yeah.
can happen.
Gremlin style or like?
probably.
Basically, more sleep can have, depending on how high more sleep is in, waxes and wanes in the evening, depending on whether it's, well, I just said wax wanes, whatever. It can have either really bad effects or very bad effects, depending. And it really isn't logical because it's chaos. It can depend on whether you eat. It can be just because you're standing outside too long. It could just be because you decided to stroll outside for a minute to pick up your laundry.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, it's a chaos. It's a moon made of warstone, and fuck you because chaos.
Yeah. Basically, when Morsley is fully in the sky, there's not even watch patrols in the city.
The only people who don't care and will actually go out into the light of Morsley are the beastmen, chaos, and halflings, because halflings are resistant to chaos.
Yep.
So I could have eaten fine, but don't want to risk it anyway.
Yeah. You tend to be careful about those sort of things.
Especially with our rolls today.
Hmm. Yeah. That likely would have fucked you. But yes, thank you all for engaging and taking part. I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Yep, it was a good session.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Even
I'll
with all
see
the
you guys
It
tomorrow.
made it entertaining at least.
Yep. I'll catch y'all later.
Tomorrow
Right,
for
yes,
oh,
yeah.
5
Bye.
hour.
Bye.
L5 bar tomorrow.
Yep.
Yep.
Should be.
And
Yeah,
you
we
guys-
also get killed.
Yep.
Yes, you guys get to investigate while Renuska and Kozan get to stay inside. Enjoy tea and activities.
Oh right, we still have to investigate why that person's dead. Oh great.
Yeah, and I kind of need a little more caught up on what the heck even happened while I was out.
I did send you a good amount of stuff that went on.
Yeah.
I pretty much said everything that went on, the major one. Yeah, it's like on the last Sunday at 5:07.
Okay.
Basically, do you need more stuff now?
I don't need more stuff now. I just might ask a question that you guys might think is really obvious from the previous session.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. That always happens whenever someone I think that's never gonna stop. But yeah, I think everything should be. I pointed out there.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Alright, so that's done. I hope everybody enjoyed. And Thriller, thank you for coming in. I know it was like the tail end and you only got like 10 minutes or so of us kind of bumbling about talking to each other. And by bumbling about, I mean we were in the middle of wrapping up and just talking random stuff. Let's see. Double check. Let's go say hi to Morbidal. He's playing the Division 2. hopefully I'll be on Monday. I'll probably play some Skyrim, kill dragons, maybe finish another house. We'll see. I'm not gonna guarantee anything, but maybe. But thank you guys. Right. Love you. Bye. Say hi to Morbido.